Thank you for this interweb, this worldwide net, so your glory and the message can go out worldwide from one location. Hallelujah. That all continents, continental gospel. Hallelujah. That this gospel, high desert grace and truth, is worldwide. Thank you so much again, Brother Jim, for the inspiration, for the teaching of the mirror teaching of predestination. Thank you for Father, for Brother Jim and his wealth of richest man on earth. Make Elon Musk look like pocket lit. So not that kind of riches, obviously. All rich men, all rich women, all rich people go to hell. It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than the rich man through the gates of heaven. So might bring that up again in this discussion here, but this discussion is going to be about what the hell you're doing about this Hunga Tonga eruption that went off on February 15th of 2022. So not going to let this up. It's going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So you don't want to do anything about it. Jimmy Crack Corn, it's not anything for me to change. I'm just here to sound the message. So not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So thank you, brothers, sisters, returning customers here, right? Putting in your dues, paying with your time. Thank you so much for your time and appreciate it. All glory to the Father. Guys, I started that kind of little TikTok thing up again just because I've had requests. It's they want the gospel over there. So maybe we'll have some people join us over from that platform. We do have a few. So thanks for coming in, brothers, sisters. Do appreciate this ministry. Thank you, Father. It's a continental ministry. All continents are hearing this gospel. So this is such a beautiful time to be here in the the worldwide net, the interweb, and have this. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So that's what we're in here doing. Most people use this to do evil things, and we're trying to do this to to be fellowship, and iron sharpens iron. So we're girded in his service and not, we still got the flesh to take after, brothers, sisters, but this is this daily cross. And even if you're not here, I hope that you're still taking up that suffering, that daily, every step is resistance. It's not an easy walk to the Father. It goes through this testament of your will and your faith and the testament of the gospel. Hallelujah. That we must conform to his image and follow after him daily. Your heart is continuously filled with wickedness. And that's why I just keep shoving this daily cross down your throat like a pushy car salesman, but with the daily cross. Hallelujah, right? You walked onto the car lot. You came in here. I've been a door-to-door salesman. Now, that's a whole different story, all right? When I get you to write me a check for 3 to 5, racks, that's a whole different story. But you walked on the car lots. Don't be mad at car salesmen. You didn't. That's not like they drove over to your house with a car. Or there's people get all mad at a pushy car salesman. I know, like a pushy car salesman, but with that daily cross, because he said, if I did not call out to their hearts, which is continuously filled with wickedness, brothers, sisters, we fail this. That's why he does it to us. We can't rely on our God knows it's in my heart. Yeah, okay, easy peasy, other cotton candy, Christmas tree, Wizard of Oz, Jeezy, your yellow brick road. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Running around with your corporate, transgender, corporate law, mandates, dates, ordinance, and corporate law, brothers, sisters. You be judged by the law that you go by. You better be careful. You live by the sword. That is the belief, brothers, sisters. Remember Matthew 10:34-39. Did you do your homework? Did you read it? Got to read that every day. That's your daily cross lesson right there. I told you that is the backbone of the continental ministry called High Desert Grace and Truth Ministries. Father, thank you so much for this blessing to have it. Every day is a struggle. Every day is a struggle. So this is what we do. We fall back on the body and we eat and sup of the mother and sup with our brothers and sisters, not crackers and grape juice, brothers and sisters, the spiritual bride. It's a spiritual testament that we're under here. Remember that. So, Holy Ghost, very few are going to get this message. They get that other gospel that's taught, the sit down, Jeezy. come sit down in the church, the house made by hands, the brick and mortar, the stick Jesus, remember? The stick 'em up, decami, show me your, what is it? The Sex Pistol, show me your decami, you know, hallelujah. So there was hailstones in the ocean. No, there's no hailstones in the ocean. These hailstones are coming. This is the plagues. And you don't have to worry, they'll pass over you. But I've never been no saint, so I've got to prepare as if I'm going to get crushed like a grape. Well, you know, the last thing to go through your mind? Yeah, your rear end, probably. Blunt force trauma to the head. That suck, huh? Yeah, that's going to happen. You don't take that book serious. You don't live in walking testament of that living will, new will and testament he made of that, you know, if you add to this book, you will receive of all the written plagues. I've done it. Thinking I'm bringing people to God, making up my own shem, literally just raping the word of God, pushing myself onto it, giving it, not making it undefiled, unadulterated. Literally, that's what people do to the word. They add to it, and you put yourself into it. That's what you're doing. You're forcing yourself on it. So I don't like the word I just used, but that's what's happening. That's what you've done. You forced yourself on it. Is that not what that is? So when you force self and you make up your own rules, that's why he don't like that. He divorced his bride, every jot and every tittle, not even a yod or a word or a letter, or it's none of it. Period, comma, can't take anything from it. Even your own opinion will get your name blotted out of that book. So that's what I'm saying. Filthy rags. Burp, 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 burp. Not work, no, you know, so just trying to do the best I can with what I have, you know. Yes, that's the sword of division. The sword that will divide. I do not think that I came to bring peace. That sword will divide a son against his father, a mother against her daughter, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, a man's enemies to be one of his own household, where one believes and the other does not. Brothers and sisters, please read. It's, if you love the son more than me, you are not worthy of me. If you love the daughter more than me, you're not worthy of me. If you are not willing to sacrifice, no, I already let you out and you came back in. You need to quiet down. You are being spoiled. Got a spoiled puppy in the house. Come up here and lay down with Dad. Come get some dad time. He ain't getting no dad. Dad's working too much. Hold on, guys. I gotta get a little puppy time with my boy. Ain't you big guy? You big guys. Oh, you guys. Hold on. You gotta share. Pants, he's gonna growl at you if you get up. Pants, get down. I know. Dad's just been working too much, huh? Been working too much. Oh, what did Dad? This is my boy, Toggy. This is my guy. You guys know Tuggy. This is why I need the crew cab, or need the double cab. He's just too big. He's too big. He goes all the way over to the other side of the couch. Oh, he goes all the other side of the couch. Do not get enough dad time today. Oh, you okay? Are you okay? You okay? Oh, that's the spot, Dad. That's the spot. Oh, you big dog. Oh, you big guy. You big guy. Oh, my goodness. All right, hold on, guys. I got to give this puppy some love. Amy just loves the dad. He just loves the dad. Oh, what about you, big guy? Yes, you're a good boy. You guys were good guys today. Were you good boys today? Yes, you were. You too, Mr. Boy. Mr. Bobo. Are you okay? You getting it all? You getting it all out of your system? Oh, I love you too. You love the dad? Yeah? You love Dad? Huh? Oh, yeah? Okay. You're falling on yourself. You're falling on yourself. Boy, this dog weighs a bunch. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Want to say hi, Mr. Pants? Come on. Oh, all right. Watch it. I'm going to come up here and say hi, too. Oh, he's going down. Up and down. He's going to get a drink, so. I was kicked from my church from speaking your truth, your Greek teaching, and everything. So I hope you accept me as Tracy, as you know. in Canada. Oh, so you got thrown out of those houses made by hands. I don't, like I said, not so much to the 420, but it's not about that. Ain't nothing. It's God's medicine. But anyways, they don't like the Greek. They don't want the Daily Cross, do they? They don't want that message. It don't matter if you're in Canada, Colombia, Czechoslovakia, Venezuela. It don't matter. Remember, it's all flesh. He will come and send the angels to all four corners, because it wasn't just two houses. It wasn't some place over in the middle of the desert. It wasn't those World War II supposed fake Jews there, the fake ones in the West. It's all flesh, brothers and sisters. So yes, nobody wants this truth, because it's written on our hearts. It don't dwell in houses or temples made by hands. It does not dwell in temples or houses made by hands. He said it is a spirit. I do not dwell in temples or houses made by hands. The Most High is inside of you, brothers and sisters, okay? That is Christ in you. When he destroyed that physical temple in 70 AD, he came a spiritual testament. He made a contract. We're not under the contract of the law, so they're not going to want to hear that. They want that easy peasy. They don't know anything about halakha. They don't know anything about Haggadah. Stoner probably went and asked his pastor, was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? Yep, you know. You're looking at a wolf in sheep's clothing, brothers and sisters. So here is your church. Go over to Grace and Truth Ministries. This is a worldwide. Isn't it a blessing, because we have this ministry? Whatever. We're all eternal. Try to remember that connection. We're not going to be here forever. This is just a test of your will and your faith, okay? Some of us I know people are half of your age that are wiser than people who are twice as old as you. And then say it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? We are West Coast culture. What's high? I couldn't grow up any more left than I grew up in the valley. I was born in the concrete jungle, a scorpizzo in the middle of the valley in the desert. I was born in the desert in the San Fernando, right there in the valley. So I'm like, Anaheim, Wiener Schnitzel, go to TJ, go down Ensenada, used to go get our upholstery done from Poncho down there. Can't get no more dirty, filthy left side, because I ain't right. I'm left. Grew up with all that, but once I took to ride out to the country in a pickup truck, and I got in the back, I spent the night in the back of the truck with a pickup truck with a lady and a fire. That boy, I didn't ever want to go back to that concrete jungle, brothers and sisters. Yep. Once they took that boy to the country, you couldn't get the boy out of the country. I tell you what, that was me. So I'm allergic to cities now, but I grew up eating Dodger dogs and pup and taco, Wiener Schnitzel, all that. Back when it was 2 all-beef patties back in '84, we ate more free McDonald's than the '84 Olympics. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Los Angeles, oh man, that was a lot of McDonald's. We won gold and everything. Mary Lou Retton, Greg Louganis. Remember, didn't he hit himself? He went off the backboard, back the diving backward. I am getting old. Don't worry about it. I'm a little bit older than you, but that ain't nothing. So, but please don't. So watching your son. I pray for you. Hallelujah. Thanks for thinking about Elijah. I don't know what's going on. It's only can be God. It can only. There's so many things in my life connection. I can't think. That it has no explanation other than Him. But as I told my son that day, if you watch the live stream, when the live stream was interrupted, that was me getting on the very first one, was getting on the phone with him and telling him, son, Dad, I'm not going to prison. I'm not going to prison. And we tried to do everything we could. We tried everything we could do. So I can give you a little update on that if you'd like. I mean, I don't want to go into all of it, but I've been riding their, tail. You know me, I ain't backing down. It's for a bigger cause. It ain't about me. It ain't about Elijah. Verse and verse means a difference. I'm not sure we were at there on that, which verse you talk about, Ryan. But I have finally, after, I don't even count the days anymore. It's been 100 and some, days. Tango, stop. they kept me in there an extra illegal, it's last time I ripped out of court was, only 6 fellows. Yeah, well, I'll try not to go into too much, but, because it's a tough time, guys. I really don't, I don't know, only by God, I'm serious, guys. I don't want to break the no contact order, because me and my son and his wife, none of us can talk to each other. They got all of us on church, I don't even have I don't know anybody, guys. And it's not, I mean, I don't want to say my life is so pitiful, but I told you guys, I just don't have anybody that even since day one that said, hey, he's doing okay. He's struggling a little bit. He's nobody is contact about nothing. The only person I had, that's not even a thing anymore. It's just what it is. This is a probably who person again. I don't want to say 100%, but it's one or the other who took all my precious metals. And that's kind of, I don't care about dirt. It's just shiny dirt, but it's the morality, like my coin disappearing off here. After. Yeah, I'm not used to not being caught. Like I said, Elijah's the only person, my son, that I'm able to have in my life, and can talk. Again, I mentioned for hours. He'll be working on a car, doing a modification to something, making his living like he does, an honest living. He's a quiet guy, in no trouble, nothing that happened. Remember the guy? They're not mad at him; they're mad at me. Yeah, it's either his wife or. Yeah, the land's for sale. If you want to buy the land, I'm trying to sell it so I can donate all the other land to the church. Which parcel you want to buy, the 5 or the 20 acre? So I can maybe walk you into another 20 acre parcel for a lot less cash, So, but it'll all work out. This is a bigger cause. This isn't about me. If you've been watching this for a while, you know that this is bigger than, again, I told Elijah, my son, that day. Remember what I told you. The thief on the cross, son, the thief on the cross, because I prepared him that we need to be used. We're not here for us. He knows that. I told him I've already shared it from a young age, not much older than your son. He was 6. I was a single parent for a long time. I took care of my son, even when his mom, we used to have joint custody or whatever. She didn't really want him much. And then I finally was able to get custody of him. But once he was 8 years old, I told him, you're on your own, son. As soon as I really got legal custody of him and knew that he would be in my care, I could provide the regular schedule that he needed, a routine. Even though my life had varying, I made sure that he had routine in his life. I told him, man, you're on your own, son. I'm not going to be there to hold your hand. When you die, Dad's not going to be there, man. I love you. I know you wanted to live with Dad, and I know you've gone through a long time, but just because you're here with me now doesn't mean Dad's going to save you and rescue. You got to know as soon as you come here, now you got to know the truth. You're not going to be there to hold your hand. You need to be accountable for your actions, and Dad will try to guide you, but there's this voice inside your head that's going to tell you what's right or wrong. Don't depend on Dad, please. Don't depend on Dad. Don't lean on me. You're on your own, buddy. He at 8 years old. So, he kind of knows, and he's always been, just because he has way worse life than ever I had. The apple does not fall far from the tree. It is what it is, but I'm hoping he'll, it's a sad life. It is what it is, but my life is in shambles. I can't even get an update on my son. That's pretty weak that nobody in the family would even call me. Nobody cares. Proof that nobody in my family, I mean, he's over there where all the family's at, where he wanted to go. He did everything he's supposed to. He left here, did everything he's supposed to. So they're still messing with me because Dad's still messing with him over here. And I bet you $1 million he ain't breaking that no contact order with his wife. That's his wife, even though they're gonna do what it takes. No, I've taught those two Deuteronomy. He is the tie that binds two people. Deuteronomy, Corinthians, they know, they read this book together. That's why I love her so much, my daughter, because I was so worried about her that day of the rest, that they were going to shoot her like they'd already shot me. They shot Elijah. Why wouldn't they have shot her? I mean, it was a hard day to be alive. That day I thought I was going to get it for sure when I walked out that door, but I thought it was my last, my moments. I thought my son was laying there dead. I mean, he didn't make a sound. What would you think? If you heard 6 to 8 rounds being shot at your son and you'd already been shot in the face, you might. What was my concern? My dogs and my daughter, and so I love her and I hope she understands. And I don't know, because she hasn't had all that, but I hope that they bound, because he is the tie that binds. And no matter the distance, he is the bridge that can fill any gap between two people or any amount of time. And I'm hoping that they're holding on. I'm hoping that they'll hold on and know that, again, I know Elijah knows there's a bigger cause going here. That's why he said, he said, all right, Dad, I said, Elijah, we'd already talked about it. Elijah, if we both go to prison over this, you got to let him use you. Even if it's your last moments, Elijah, you can't, it doesn't matter. You need to be the vessel. You need to let him push you like the wind in your cell. Let him be the commander. This is not our God, who had already stepped in and done something, Elijah, and he got a little frustrated when I was getting pretty rough with my message. It was right before, I think it was about day 13 or 14 before I stood up and got the whiteboard out and didn't play no more. Once I got the whiteboard out, brothers and sisters, that was it. You know what I'm saying? That's when they issued the warrant, brothers and sisters. That's when they brought in their big, and again, I just talked recently with the lady that I had issues where they arrested her illegally. And she's like, I was amazed, Tracy. I've seen them search warrants, serve warrants out here for all kinds. I've never seen that much equipment go to one house, And I got their right of discovery, brothers. They're trying to make me out as some kind of, if you back me into a corner, I'll strike. Well, you got to push me back. I have that right under this testament, brothers and sisters. I'm a pastor and a teacher. I teach that. Okay, I minister that. We don't have the right to have all these militaries outside our border. For hundreds of hours, I was live streaming on this platform. You can go see the hundreds of hours. They're still up. Okay, nothing's been taken down. Glory to God, he's keeping this up. But, literally throwing out, hundreds of calls to these, police departments. Some lady in red said possibly thousands. And their evidence is that they got an anonymous call from YouTube that I'm out here, doing this violent, or when the whole time I'm telling them, come to my door, give me a call, well, it's all glory to God. I'm trying to do this because people get locked up in the system, brothers, sisters, and they'll do this stuff. It's the corruption within probation and parole, and it's a money. Follow the money. This was started, remember, with the rapist, Tony Karsten, and my son, unfortunately, he got, they're both in probation and parole. He got in trouble with the guy, and the guy was very crafty. And it's kind of ironic still to this day. The 4 minor kids, one was 17, they all got theft charges, including my son. But the actual rapist who conspired the whole thing has never been charged with the whole thing. So still to this day, I'm not happy about the whole situation. And I was just a dad calling for equal justice. I never want Boom, leave out of here, man. Christ hung next to 2 thieves. I rebuke you, Boom. I rebuke you, okay? Christ next to 2 thieves. This is what I told my son, which kept him alive. The word of God is not in you. You don't have any understand. Paul's a mass murderer. Okay, people make mistakes. Okay, we all, but it's about being accountable. How do they let all these people get away with massive crimes? My son at 42 months received his first probation violation, which wasn't even a legal probation violation. Yeah, he got in trouble, not for robbery. It was a petty crime where they were, there's buildings out here in the middle of the desert. People come out here one year and they never there's hundreds of them out here. Brothers, sisters, over the years that sit out here and just kind of go back to the desert. And this was this guy's scam to get them look for artifacts and little arrowheads. And then, oh, hey, this building's vacant. There's nobody here. And one time I was right over here, right behind, we were looking through this chip field, and there was an abandoned house with this same guy. That's where I caught on to this guy, started looking to him as well. And he was starting to take, I said, don't touch that. Oh, I know the guy that's here. There's nobody here. I said, don't you dare touch anything on this property. This is not yours. I don't care who the owner is. If they're not here, you don't touch anything. I don't care if it just sits here and rots and goes back to the desert. That's the rule out here. If it's not yours. And that's where I should have known That's why I started looking into this guy. Found out that he was a rapist and had served a 13-year sentence of 25 years and was released into this county under this contract that they have where they get paid for these counties. This is not just happening in this county. This is happening in other counties throughout the United States of America, where the poorest counties, if you'll look up in your county and see if more rapists, murderers, and pedophiles are released into that probation and parole department in that county for funding. Follow the money. Follow the money. This is all this was. They want me to shut up about this. They're not very good at sweeping people. 97% of cases, brothers and sisters, do not go to trial. They take what's called a plea deal or a plea agreement. This plea agreement. The system is designed for people to take a plea out and stack them with charges, scare the crap out of them, threaten them with prison time. Most people cop real quick. Never take the first deal, brothers and sisters. You never take the first deal. Okay. You take it to the box. You make them do their damn job is what you do. Okay. That's what my son did too. So he spent nearly a year in jail. He was the only person out of 5 people to serve any time. My son, the only one. I got a rapist running around in this county for nearly a year. My son sits in jail. Yeah, I was not a happy father. So I caught on to this other scam that they got going on here, and that's why they never charged Tony Karsten with the crime of. I had the evidence. I brought it to him under the right of discovery. Got him an attorney and got all the right of discovery. He said, "Look," he said, "he's right here saying that he's there. They're the ones going through the top of the. They're going through some open whatever in the skylight or something. It was a trailer or something that had a." Why can't I think of it? Those little things that open up on the top. Anyways, he's there. That's a crime. He's there involved. Convict him. Send him to prison. And they wouldn't listen to me. They wouldn't listen to me, brother, sister. So anyways, I don't know if you guys are any of you even listen to Skylight or whatever, those little things. But anyways, brothers, sisters, he was there. I said, that's it. Convict this. He's a rapist. He's admitted to the crime. Get him out of here. Why in the hell is my son sitting in jail? He's not in jail. And you got all these other ones running around. What is going on? I want equal justice. If I taught my son, if you do the crime, do the time. And he's in jail, so whatever. But if, he said he didn't do it. Provide the evidence. He wants you to provide evidence that he was there. He said he didn't do it. You got to provide fingerprints. I even was giving them evidence, and people were getting mad at me, like, why are you giving the county and evidence? So I'm like, because I want my son to get in trouble. If he did this, he needs to go. But all this other rapist that he's involved in, he's lying. I looked up his charges. He's saying this is his fiance. There was a big mix-up, this rape charge. This is a Hispanic woman that was married high on methamphetamines. He was high and robbed her at gunpoint. And he's lying. And so my son was hanging around him, and I caught on to him. Once I called him on it, that brothers, sisters, it spun out of control. This is the same time that the COVID happened too. And now I'm all over holding protests across from the police department saying, you better stand up for this community. You better get off your butt and protect these restaurants here, because these restaurants want to stay open. This we already did the flatten the curve first time. We're not doing it anymore. Okay. We're about to shut down. We can't lose one more plate out here. Tell OSHA to pound sand and go away. I called Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, over and over. I call these people, get the elected sheriff out here, tell them to leave, tell OSHA we'll be the only place in America to do it, but who cares? Somebody's got to start this somewhere. So that's why they don't like me. You can still see all this stuff is still on the website that I held protesting with others and had city council. We had a prayer. We had a massive turnout for this little town, which is hard to drum up support, but people showed some cojones and showed up and protest across from the police department because we wanted them to stand with the business. They brought all that Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles. That's the same stuff that I wanted to bring out and put in the vehicles in front of the. Yeah, we got them out in front of the churches too. Nope, we're doing 7-day service out here. Don't mind, just step around the SWAT vehicle, the same one that shot the windows out of my house and, tear gassed me and shot all this equipment that they could have used to protect these community members. Instead, they come and swat my house, use these resources. I'm telling them that too in court, by the way, guys. You are wasting public resources, taxpayer dollars, Don't tell me to be quiet. I know my Miranda rights. Under my Miranda rights, I have the right to remain silent, and my First Amendment right. I'm exercising my First Amendment right. Ma'am, don't tell me you exercise your Fifth Amendment and be quiet. You're interrupting me. I'm going to continue. So I'm not going to sit there and be pestered by any one of these judges, any one of these district attorneys, none of them. I had the state of Oregon swap my house, and I didn't back down. I continued to live stream as soon as they illegally kept me in jail for an extra whole week. So this case is much bigger than this thing that they can sweep under the rug. So give you the update. I've been putting the pressure on them every time I've gone to jail. The last time I left out of there, I said, and you, and pointed at the judge, kept me in here an extra week illegally and just walked out, just like I did last time. No bang slab in the last time I went in there, the judge told me, because he knew last time I wasn't playing, I fired everybody up. And last time they tried to put one of them public, tyrant cop suckers in front of me, try to intimidate me because I went to go try to speak with the district attorney before I went into the courtroom. And you want to go back to jail, Tracy? Where are you, Tracy? Where do you want to get out of my face, you tyrant? I'll audit you. You're old man or whatever. I don't know. You're a little older than me, but he's a big guy. He's old guy. I'm like, look, I'll audit you. I'll fill out a Freedom of Information Request Act, and I'll audit your whole discipline. I'll everybody in this building. I haven't committed no crime. It's not a crime to go ask to speak with the district attorney. Why do you guys protect this guy? What is your problem? And then I'd already fired up the attorney that was the other two public attorneys that were downstairs waiting to possibly just see my son. I was going to talk to him, but boy, it should have been nice to just see him because he had a court day that same day. But the other attorney, other public pretender down here, I asked him about, what do you think about my case or whatever? And wow, well, that's it. I don't know what's going on with my connection, guys. Something's going on here. So, so anyways, brothers, sisters. So, I told this there because that's the problem, guys, is they have only two public pretenders down here. They finally actually got me an attorney from another county, which is a blessing. But Mark Costello, the one I live stream about, I talked to him. Remember, he gave me some good advice. Then I talked to him, kind of nailed him to the floor, and because he didn't really want to answer anymore. I said, what do you think's going on with my case? Because this is ridiculous. I still don't have an attorney still to this day. And, asked him, and he kind of looked kind of sideways. He gave me some bad information. I knew as soon as he gave me something, I was like, well, how long do you think they have to sit on this stuff? Well, like 3 years if it's a misdemeanor, and 6 years is a felony. I'm like, what the hell are you coming up with this? He wasn't he wasn't the attorney that I talked to last time. Okay, so I went ahead and walked upstairs after I waited a little bit to go upstairs. Because last time when I walked up there, I told you they went in there and tried to stop me from going in the court. And then I wasn't even on the docket. I was the last person that was there. And when they called me up, they didn't even call me by, Tracy Werner, because I told you, don't arrest me under that. That's not what my name is. I'm not some corporation or any of that. But they said, seniors here, that's after they swept everybody off the phones and out of the courtroom. Like, oh, it's just me and all these tyrants in here now. There's, the district attorney sitting over there, the judge and the little court stenographers and the investigator and some of these other, the jail sergeant or the new jail sergeant. I think Sergeant Camp Keeper Pants lost her job or finally retired, guys. The jail. And it's so funny. They would just want an award down there at the jail. They put the meds through the same thing, your poop, your clothes and your meds and your ball sack and all your clothing and your laundry and your meds and your food all go out the same hole, guys. They just got an award down there in Lake County for their jail. Yeah, that's illegal. You're not supposed to, and they give it the jailers, not even the one, they should never be handing out meds. It has to be done by a doctor. There's so much illegal stuff going on in this county, guys. I'm serious. You can look in the. We just got a thing and certified from the. It's so corrupt. It's guys. Seriously, Klamath County, guys. I don't know if you ever heard of this, but they literally have in Klamath County. They have grandfathered in grates, brothers and sisters. There's no flushing toilets in Klamath unless you get out on like workforce. You literally poop on a grate. and they flush it for you. And you'll put your mattress right down and lay your head right down where, yeah, some of these counties do some pretty shady stuff. It just say, whatever, it is what it is. Don't, you want to, you got to stand up to this stuff, brothers. It's how they guarantee an 80% occupancy in most private prisons, brothers, sisters, even before they are. Yeah, don't get arrested in Klamath County. This is the most corrupt county, Lake County out here, just because they do what they want. At least people in Lake County, like this attorney, it is what it is, brother, sister. You don't even know what that is. Did you hear what I just said? They put here in Lake County, he's got an award for putting your apologize, but your dirty laundry out the same window that you get your meals that they give you meds through, and the person give you the meds, not even the doctor. That can't happen. And that's like I forget, they call it like a Chinese grate or something. There's a name. I don't forgot what it's called. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but yeah. How could they get away with this stuff? But they do, guys. These county jails get away with a lot of things that aren't prison. That's why it's a lot of times it's better to get sent to prison than it is to sit in county. My son sat in county down here for, you guys watch this. Anybody ever spent any time, they put him down in there. The waters, I don't know what it is. I can't even explain what the water is. It's just disgusting. It's like drinking hose poop water. I don't know. It's just filthy, disgusting. But they don't have commissary down there is like what you think. The only thing they have is like cookies and chips. That's it. No throwdowns, no ramens, no jailhouse burritos, no beans, no tortillas, no nothing. No, their commissary is freaking chips and cookies, candy bars, crap. My son spent almost nearly a year in that county. And I couldn't get him. I was complaining about the water. It is unbelievable what some of these counties do. So anyways, like I said, they locked my son up there, whatever, all this, he got in trouble. So I'm now going to make sure that, I'm standing in for my son. You can go see the whole SWAT raid, follow the whole thing, what that happened before this. We tried for hundreds of hours to get the state of Oregon. Like I said, the whole time, guys, got to remember, they're pissed at me. They're pissed at dad. They're taking it out on my son. I have the evidence if they'll just look at it. So last time I went in there, I ripped again Mark Costello's butt. I walked up and the son's attorney that represented me. Listen to this. If you know anything about law, my son's attorney, they gave him an attorney. They didn't give me an attorney. They threw his old lady out of jail the next day. They kept me in there, him in there. I bailed him out at day 9. I could have bailed him out day 1 if somebody just they're going to steal all my precious metals. They could have just bailed him out the first day. I was pretty pissed about that. I'm like, well, then why'd you make him wait all this time? If you're just going to take all my precious metals and bail him out, I said, take my gold. That should be enough to cover it. Please don't touch my silver. This got stolen last time something like this happened. Please don't touch my silver. That's mine. That's my retirement. This is what I'm paying my land off. They didn't care. They just helped themselves to it. But anyways, Elijah's bailed out day 9. I sit in there for 14 days. He has an attorney, so they can keep him in there. I don't. They have to release me in 7 days. Remember Klamath County, that laying by the poop? They're releasing everybody in 7 days. That's the law here in Oregon. All counties are releasing them. So Elijah's attorney steps in for me. That's illegal, brothers and sisters. Under the co-counsel, you can't have same defendant have same counsel, co-counsel, co-defendant on a case. You have to have separate attorneys. He stood in and represented me. That will get the case thrown out right there. No, it's Billy Bob out here, Storm. It is. They do what they want. I remember when my son got arrested out here, he said, Tracy, if your son was any other county right now, I'd have him out of jail right now. But that county does whatever that they want, and it's Billy Bob. So you're just gonna have to tell them to sit in there and hang tight. And I'm like, all right, thank you, Johnny. And this attorney, he's a criminal attorney. He knows this. He's one of the best. So anyways, so brothers, sisters, so This is Elijah's attorney who represented me when I was in jail. That's illegal. You can't do that. That is illegal. That is called co-defendant counsel on the same case illegal. So they did that right there. They kept me in jail for 7. So day 8, he's pleading to the courts. This guy has no criminal record. He has a clean record. He pays the taxes. He doesn't owe back taxes. He owns land. He's been in this county for near a decade. He's a veteran. He's not a flight risk. He's not going anywhere. Let him out. He's got animals. They wrecked his house. He's pleading, you gassed his animals. You gassed him. You ruined his house. You shot his windows out. You shot him in the face. You let him out. The next time they went there, he's like, he figured out, guys, that he screwed up. He figured out that he screwed up by representing me because he's like, oh, crap, this is that guy. Because I'm very well known in the county for being I'm the biggest. I might be the state of Oregon's probably their biggest pain in their, I'm sure of it. And this is the only county that held protests against the governor. So I think more than the governor knows me, probably the people at the top are pretty aware of what's going on with Mr. Apocalypse out here in the desert, because this isn't my first rodeo. I was exposing Obama for his 923 executive orders, the yellow pancake that was being scraped out here in the desert, and all these, the Bundys, they front like, you go to your cleaners and you get your little suit there and it comes with they front as farmers, but they're really miners, mineral miners. It was gold. The Bundys are miners, gold miners. The Hammonds scrape the yellow pancake, sell it to Vail, Oregon, Uranium One, Mulher County. The brothers, sisters, I've been on this stuff for decades. Okay. I don't sit here and lay down after I fought with the military when I was in there. I fought with the police when I was in police. You don't sit there and go do your job until people go arrest somebody and go drink and drive at the bar as a police officer. Want me to come as a traffic unit and back you up, give it, as a certified standard bill sobriety instructor, and then help you and back you up on your field sobriety test. No, you're a hypocrite. I tell them to call people out like that. You don't sit there and put your pants on one leg at a time. If you're going to uphold the law, then you have to hold yourself to the same standard. They got sovereign immunity and all this stuff now, brothers, sisters. You got to remember that, I served as a law enforcement officer when I couldn't touch a woman. I had to call a backup officer to do a search on somebody. Same thing as a female officer was riding, solo and patrolling, she had to call in a male officer. That's the way it used to be. So, so if you like, you see clear sky, you have time to lift out in the backyard. You still get the dog and so, okay, I don't know what Dawn's talking about, so must be speaking. So anyways, brothers, sisters, so I go way back with this government. I go way back on this platform. I've got channels that are, I've got, just go look, you can see, I've already mentioned all my channels on here. I won't get off track. So I've been on this for a while. I've been pointing out. So when I see evil brothers, sisters, I'm going to say something about it. Ephesians, always been a man of God. Ephesians 5, be not partakers of their unfruitful works of darkness. Do not hide that light. Do not put it in a basket, put it on top of the house and let it shine. So I'm not afraid to put myself out there. I've already done it multiple times. That's why the state should know damn good and well not to come mess with me, because I will put myself in front of whatever it takes. So I've never had a reputation of being violent. I've had a reputation of being armed, asserting my First Amendment. I normally always open carry. I do it just because people shouldn't be afraid of a Second Amendment item. If you went into a bank and everybody had a Second Amendment item, and it was armed, including the bank teller, and you try to go in there and rob that bank, you know what I'm saying? Do you think that you get anywhere in that bank? You go in there, hey, it's a stick up, and everybody in there's got. You think they're going to be able to rob that bank? An armed public is a safe public, brothers and sisters. It's not guns that kill people, or people that kill people. So that's why you got to watch out for Mr. Badman Orange with his red flag gun laws and his, being able to take him first and prosecute second. So I stand up to this, brothers and sisters, although I don't like this country because of what it's become, an apostate nation. And so are most of the people who live in this nation are an apostasy, and they're Satanist. But there are still good people within the confines of what is not anymore America. This isn't America anymore. America's long gone. It's not a constitutional republic. This is a democracy, and it's only a a matter of time before they changed the flag in this country. The dragon already came over here to Chinatown, and if you saw the parade route, they planted their flags all over. I'm a veteran. If you go plant your flag in another country, it means you've taken it over, just so you know. So it's just a matter of time, guys, before they tell you. And it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere right at this point in time. I still have to take care of what happened with my son. I can't even leave the state of Oregon right now because of all the logistical issues that I'm having. But again, hopefully it'll get itself cleared up, because again, I was kept in jail longer than they were allowed to. Again, the district attorney was not listening. Elijah's attorney, my son's attorney, was pleading to them to let me out. This guy has no record. You wrecked his house. You shot his windows out. You gassed him, let him out. The very next time he went to represent me, he knew he had screwed up, brothers and sisters. So he represented the Constitution. He said, well, I'm representing the Constitution this time, because he didn't want to be representing me. He knew he had screwed up by representing me. And so, remember, I'd already cornered the first attorney, because there's only two of them down here, the last time I went to court. And then I saw my son's supposed attorney, and I have paperwork that says he fired his attorney, and I'm sure it's because he wasn't talking about the 180 hours. And so I asked him, I said, hey, are you Elijah's attorney? And he said, yeah. And I walked over, and because he was walking down the stairs, and I got real close. I mean, I got right in his face where I could smell his breath and he could smell my breath, kind of deal. Brothers, sisters, I don't care. And I said, well, look, man, don't forget, I got paperwork that says he fired you. And if I remember correctly, you represented me on that case when I was locked up in here, and that's illegal. Remember that? So don't forget that. And he's like, I can't talk to you. And he ran off, and he went into the court, and he's holding on to he holding it like he was hugging it like he was man. He was all nervous. He wanted to talk to the attorney. He waited for him to finish the district attorney, what he said, and then he walked out of the court, So I'm not taking this stuff from them, brothers and sisters. This time I went in there, I walked in front of this tyrant judge, this man in this black robe, and he even said to me this time, he called me in there, didn't even call me by my name, just started talking about the case. So we got no formality here. And he said, hey, you could sit down if you would like to. And I said, well, Tracy, go ahead, whatever. We'll play their game, because I wanted to sit down and look at that district attorney, because I always do. Like last time I was in there, I'm sitting there looking at everybody to the left, because they're all looking at me. And the district attorney does this the whole time. He won't look at me. And I'm looking at the district attorney, and I'm looking at the judge. He's looking at me, and then I'm looking over at them. And they realize I keep looking at the district attorney, and he won't look at me. I've got their attention. Say, see, he won't look at me. Why are you looking at it? He won't look at me. So I ain't been playing no games with these people. So last time I did, I told them they better drop all these charges, and they didn't. Oh no, or whatever. First I was denied. This time was much different. You're wasting the county's money. You don't have under my right of discovery and suppression of evidence. I know my right. I know that you have not presented any docu-cam footage, body footage can show that you even Mirandized me. So don't sit there, and that's why I'm telling you, don't sit there and tell me to be quiet. I know my Miranda rights. I'm going to assert mine, and you're wasting this time, my time. And then I really cornered the judge and said, because I drove down there, and I said, why did you? Because they made my son drive like 4 or 5 hours, and his wife 5 or 6 hours, because they live in separate locations. She lives further away. And I'm looking at the judge, and I'm going, why did you make me drive? I'm pointing. Why did you make me drive down here? Why did you make them drive down here? I want an answer now. Why? Why did you make them drive here? If you're not going to drop this right now, if you're going to waste this county's money, if you're going to waste my time, if you're going to have them drive, I want an answer. When are you going to drop this case? When is this going to be? And he's like, you're almost there. And I'm like, when? And he's like, 6 months, and I'm like, whatever. And that's when they gave me the little slip for this new attorney. And I said, I don't care who this is. I'll fire him if he don't do his job. And walked out of the courtroom, turned back and pointed at the judge and said, and you kept me in this jail for an extra week illegally. So I've been putting as much pressure as I can on him. And a little bit, I told you, I probably want to, I want to give you an update, but you got to understand what's going on here. So I had this attorney call me, finally, actually, he didn't call me. They sent me something they gave me the right of discovery, and I looked through their evidence, and that's where I found this anonymous phone call from some YouTube, and they put YouTube, guys. They said that this YouTube caller came in and said that I would to the death or something, that like they use, like I was threatening violence. One, that if I was backed in a corner, and then two is if I would fight to the death. And I never said I was talking about this as a legal battle. They took and twisted my words, because if you look at the hundreds of hours of me live streaming, I said, I don't want arms. Actually, I just want somebody to give me a call. This is all we can one call does it all. JG Wentworth, that's my call, and I want it now. Actually, I've been trying for years to get these people to call me. Remember, they wouldn't call me over the COVID. They wouldn't call me over it. I'm pointing out corruption. Actually, I called and have told multiple times how this is still in this county, and there's not been a change of venue, and this has gone up to appellate court, and the feds haven't contacted me, because I've already contacted the feds about all the corruption going on, all the illegal arrests, all the illegal warrants, judges go to jail, brothers, sisters, district attorneys go to jail, attorneys go to jail, cops go to jail. If you don't act like, are you a bootlicker? Get out of here. I don't like anybody who supports any of the system anymore. You are my enemy. Get behind me, Satan. You and your halakha and your haggadah, your perverted corporate supporting this beast system. Not me, man. I will stand it if they throw me in prison, just as I said to my son that day and prepared him. I said, and he knew, because I was, day 12 or 13, he was getting pretty, Dad, you're making this like you can stop this. This can't be about you. This has got, he didn't want it. He knew it was a bigger cause. That's why I'm very happy that day when I talked to my son prior to this. Again, he was getting stressed out. After that time, I sat down and talked to him. I said, look, son, this ain't about you. This ain't about me. I understand where you're coming from, son. This ain't about us. We've got to let him use us. If we both end up in prison over this deal, it's bigger than that, son. You know that. I know that, dude. This is bigger. You remember the thief on the cross. Elijah, we can't ever tell who he's going to take and when he's going to take. So if he needs to use us as a vessel for those words that somebody hears at that last moment, something happens, please, son, be the vessel. Remember the thief on the cross. So when they called me that day, the day of that whole serving of that warrant, you hear the first call, it's still on this, live stream. I live streamed the whole police raid. When he called me, Dad, I'm not going to prison. Dad, I'm not going to prison. I said, son, remember we talked about the thief on the cross. Okay, Dad. I've seen the Father work in this case so many different ways. It could be so different, brothers, sisters. This could have gone so differently than it is. So this is the way it's meant to be. A little bit of a long update, but when they called me, I told the attorney, let's just talk about all the illegal things that they've done. They mentioned YouTube. How stupid is that? An anonymous call. There's hundreds of calls that were made from YouTube to both your police departments trying to get you guys before you ever, none of this it was all avoidable. You had community members that said you didn't have to SWAT that man's house. You only had to go to his house. If you wanted his son, you could have went and talked to him, had his gate. Yeah, he would have yelled and screamed at you. He's known for being a little loud, but he would have talked about the 180 hours. He'd have turned his son over in a second. He didn't want any violence. You ran over all his property, all those kennels, you wrecked it. You shot his house. The window was out of his house. You shot him in his face. That was all unnecessary. He called for non-violence. He wanted just a call is all he asked for months, years. He's been trying to get this county, for somebody in this county to call him, but nobody will. Everybody just ignores him and doesn't do, he's got $25,000 worth of stuff stolen from him sitting right over here. You guys won't even go help him out. He don't want to go over there, get himself in trouble. Actually, the stuff that he found, the old lady that was the ladies that he'd bought an estate, found it, tried to give it to her. She won't even show up. She's so scared of this county to come pick her stuff up. I'll bring it to you. She don't want nothing to do. No, my son's the one who told, Dad, don't you see? She's so afraid of that county. She don't even want to have nothing to do. I'm like, why wouldn't she come get her stuff, son? That's crazy. Offered to give it all back to her, and I don't want anything. Well, your sister's the one who stole it from you. We can get the cops involved, put pressure on this district attorney to, get her to settle. We'll get you back in that house that got stolen from you. Get all your stuff back, and you can live in your mom's house that you took care of for 5 years. Can't believe your sister did that to you. Got a hold of this lady. I thought this lady murdered. But see, there's so many things that are going on in this town that I've been over, and this is why I don't get the help, brothers, sisters. I don't get the help with that I need out here, because I'm pointing out the corruption. So the Lord will step in sooner or later and make his final decision. And I'm hoping that, again, the last time I spoke with this public pretender that I spoke with, I got a lot of yeses, a lot of okays, uh-huhs, okay, and didn't argue with me, and then didn't give me the old stopwatch. Well, you just talked to me for 12 minutes, so I knew he was listening to me. I mean, he's an attorney, and I know his time's value. He's an attorney. So, I mean, he still works for both of them. I don't care if you pay him or not. They still both work for the man in the black judge, the black robe there. But I say, we're not going to sit here and go through this case. We're going to look at all the legal things that they did. And now that I actually have legal counsel, you're going to go tell them to drop this case. All of it. I don't want to hear it. We'll say, no, we're going to take it to the box. And this case will cost this county $50 million to just take mine. And that's not including Elijah's or Adriana's wife. So tell them, no, we're taking it to the box. I'll never take a charge. Don't even waste my time to give me no plea agreement. I won't take nothing. They don't have the money. Just tell them, checkmate. I got you forced into a corner. I've done this before with you, county. If you don't drop these charges, we will go to trial. And you don't have the money to go to trial. Not for all three of these. They can't even try 3 cases out here a year, brothers and sisters, as big as this case is. So it would have to get, remember God said, do what I did. And remember, he stood against the Pharisees because they perverted his law. They changed the law. Remember the halakha and haggadah. So my charges are interfering with the peace officer. Peace. Warning. Remember, those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace. So interfering with the peace officer. Christ-like, brothers and sisters. He stood against the law. He said, follow after me. Conform to my image. Do what I did. He got thrown in prison. Remember? Yes, he did, for standing against the law. Hallelujah. How about hindering prosecution? 2 felony counts. 2 felony counts of hindering prosecution. Felony count of interfering with a peace officer. Boom! Be like Christ. Yeah, that's what he did. He got thrown in prison for standing against the law. Are you afraid he'd lose your flesh over this? Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Ha ha ha. You think this is me doing this, brothers and sisters? This ain't me doing it. I could have just ran off to the woods a long time ago. I could have just done the city thing, got me some girlfriend who don't even care about nothing, and just blah, 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 live the American dream. This is the dream, brothers and sisters. Being Christ-like, conforming to his image, standing against this tyranny, because that's exactly what he did. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, follow after me. Does anybody want to put holes in you? I know they tried to put holes in me. Hallelujah. Brothers and sisters, this county met up with the state, and they bragged. Remember these restaurants that I stood up for years ago at the COVID when this all started? Well, the state of Oregon and the county all met and had a big dinner party. And they blah, blah, blah about how they're going to come shoot me like a Lavoy Fittick and get rid of this loudmouth in the county and the state that won't STFU. It goes back decades, brothers and sisters, with me and the government too. I told you this is bigger. The Thump administration, Obama, a lot of this is things go behind things, and I'm not afraid of. I've always said, if you stay in the light, he said, put it light on that. You go out of light, you're out of luck. They can get you. Stay in the light. Don't let it burn out. The same thing he said, don't go to sleep. I'm just following the word. This is what he makes me do. So I don't know that God will make them do whatever they're supposed to do. But at this point, I'm still putting pressure on them, as you can see. As much pressure as I could possibly put on the county to here's my next court appearance. Interesting. This is what I brought in for my case last time. This is to prepare my case. Luke 12 and 11. When they throw you and pull you into their synagogues and their magistrates and their courtrooms and their men in their black robes, and ye are without counsel, because remember that they didn't have an attorney at that point, and you're without counsel, give no thought of ye what you are to say or your answer, for I will tell you what to say. Thank you, Father, for the book of Luke. Hallelujah. That's the passage he gave to me, and that's what kept me reserved, and I brought my book with me. And It was the armor that I needed that day to keep me calm enough that I didn't get thrown in. I really think about my poor puppies because I got nobody to take care of my puppies, guys. I got to make sure my puppies are okay. Yeah, see my puppets. Him knows I'm talking about him. So, anyways, that's the update, the long half hour, 45-minute update. But you asked for it, you got it. I need a Toyota really bad. I need a Toyota, guys. So I can't leave the state of Oregon right now, unfortunately. Sure love to go throw a fishing pole in the water. I hadn't done that. I wish I would have listened to my son. I probably wouldn't be in jail right now. I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't. It is what it is. He's so smart. He's such a smart young man. He's like, Dad, sell all that silver and gold. I can't believe you have gold, Dad. Why do you have gold? Well, and I don't have that much of it. I've got a lot of silver. I don't have very much gold. I mean, I have some, but you got to be diverse. Remember, son? Diversity, that's crazy, Dad. We're silver bugs. Why would you have gold? Son, I don't have that much of it. I know. It's just so weird, Dad, to ever see you have gold. But Dad, take that. Please listen to me. I want to talk to you. You're like I said, he saw me unhappy, trying to form the community, and told me go on the road. This probably wouldn't be happening, but that's not what God wanted. I kept the precious metals, and guess what? That's what bailed him out of jail, guys. Hallelujah. I got all my silver taken, but oh well, life ain't Burger King. There went my retirement. There went my ability to pay off my land. There went to be able to buy that truck that I need right now. So somebody asked me if I'm selling land, then never answered back. See, yep, I'm selling everything I own. And you guys already know, I just keep repeating myself like a pushy car salesman with the Daily Cross, but keep telling you, I'm trying to fund this land and get it sold and get on the road. And at least I can travel the state of Oregon. I can't leave Oregon right now, but Oregon's a beautiful place. And I can come back here any day that I want. Just drive back here. It's always a day's drive back from the state. So hopefully the Lord will provide. There ain't nothing going to happen because nobody called me today. Nobody contacted me about anything for sale or nothing. And it's all by the will of the Father. There's nothing that I don't think that's happening in my life. Because once again, if anything was happening in my life, I'd have a homestead here with people, and people would be living in the cabins that have been built here for them, and people would be enjoying we'd be barbecuing right now, live streaming the barbecue, probably a little late but whatever, late night star barbecues or something, our Star Watch live streams where we all 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 of us out here growing all this, eating all our organically grown vegetables at night, big vegetable trays of organic food we grew, and maybe using, if you're medicinal, maybe a little medicinal cannabis at the end of the night to take the edge off or something, but it is what it is. I'm selling it all. No more community for me. Not until the church. I'm going to take this sweatshirt. I'm getting heating up a little bit here. I don't know. Today's been a weird day. My body temperature's been going been getting a little hot today. I don't know what it is. I'm maybe acting like an old lady, buddy. You're going through menopause. No, sorry, ladies. I'm just kidding. That's not fun. That wasn't funny. So what's going to happen is God's will, no matter what God wants, because there's nothing in my life. I tried to prevent any of this from ever happening, but didn't matter. This is exactly where God wants it. So, you know me, I'll just keep beating the drum and hoping that, again, I have the ability. All the resources are there. Land could be for sale. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 10 years. You probably don't know my story at all. I am, but I like your name. I am. Before Abraham was, I am. Be comforted, I am. Before, I am the Aletheia. So I'm done with that dream. That dream's over. That dream could happen if I know it can happen, because I can turn this property over to the ministry, and then I could get the funding that I need through the ministry. So ain't even tripping about that. I see things much clearer. I just need to give up what I own. Remember, he said Christ was a man of very few things. He wandered around teaching the gospel. That would be it. That would be the life that if he so chooses for me, that's what will happen. If not, I'll just stay here, and I can't go nowhere because I've tried to leave for years. I've been trying to get out of here for years, not just today. For years. I have. Years ago, I was trying to get a vacation and go to my son's house, and I got robbed. And Yeah, every time I get up, something pushes me back down where I can barely see that light. I've been out of the water and had my head above water I remember there for a minute I thought I was, but nope, God just shoves me right back down every time. So, but I never stop looking up, you know. It pushed me down where I can just barely see the light. And that's the way we are with people. As long as there's hope, we'll keep trying. When we lose all hope, no wait, most of us won't try until we lose all hope. So you know, just so you know, we won't try until all hope is lost. But that's not me. I'm a soldier of God, and He says you must endure to the end if you want to be saved. So I don't want to come back here and just be ruled. I'd rather go to hell. Remember, it's not what I want. I only want to come back if I can be with my love Shiloh and be with him and sup with him. Remember, I can't sup with my family here. I can't have anything here, so maybe I can sup with him and my brothers and sisters in the narrow way. That's what it's about to me, brothers and sisters. This, you can have this world. I care about my family. My family is the sons of God. I don't know. I could be off. I didn't get to choose that. So the upper room, remember, it's a house of many rooms. It must be a mansion. He said he would go and he'd leave this place where his father was at, and he'd receive his bride, come back and redeem, and picked up what he already paid for. He paid for that not only before the foundation of the world, like the 5 shekels to the king, but he came to pay for it in flesh, to fill the law of the flesh, to put us not under the contract of, or the law of flesh, but under the contract of an inheritance of a marriage where he divorced his bride, and he's taking the virgins. If you know anything about marriage, you have to be a virgin, white, your garments spotless, like a virgin, without blemish. Hallelujah. So I always have that to lean on, brothers and sisters. I'm glad I have the gospel, and I always know that the Father's will is being done. He creates all things. And he said that I create all things, period. I can rest my case. But I won't. I'll just keep telling you more evidence. He said, I am the Aleph. I am the Alethi. I am the truth. I am the Alpha, the beginning, the Alpha symbol. It's A to Z in English. It's A to O in Greek. He said, I am the Aleph and the Omega. I am the Aletheia, the Hados, and the Arizo. I'm the beginning and the end, the way, the truth, and the light. He said, I create all things. Everything not written, everything ever written, everything that ever was, everything that ever will be. I, God, create good, and I, God, create evil. Well, that really pisses off those religious idiots. Yes, he said, I do all these things after my own counsel and my own pleasure. So why do I question God? I'm terrible, guys. I'm just filthy rags. Shouldn't ask for anything. Shall not want, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death. I shall fear no evil, for the Lord are with me. So I don't know why I ask. If he already knows what I need. He gives me what I need, not what I want. Remember that song? You can't always get what you want. He knew. You might just find out sometime. Yep. You can pray for it, but he already knows what you want. He already knows what you need. That's just the way it works, brothers. If you create all things, then that means there's no such thing as free dum. Correct? Free will. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. There can't be. That's an impossibility. He knows where the dice will land. Don't try to stack the deck and cheat. He knows where every card is going to fall. I don't care. You can weight the dice. He knows. He knows what the world doesn't see. He knows your intentions. He sees they try to be his gods, but they can't see your intentions, can they? They can sway him, though, can't they? See, that's what the devil does. Temptation, brothers, sisters. That's right, around every corner. That temptation for the traditions of men to defile yourself, to be an adulterer. Oh, you might have been an adulterer. You might have been a mass murder of Christians and a Pharisee, but when the Father rebukes your heart, there's no turning back. That's the walk. Remember, that's the cross. I tell you, if I didn't call out to their hearts, which he tells us is completely filled with wickedness, continuously to the top, continuously filling. That's why you have to take up that cross 7 days a week. Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. There it is again. Self, pornea, idolatria. That's our eyes. idols. Don't serve these eyes, these two thieves that hang there on that cross, right? Yes, they'll steal your crown. Let no man take your crown. He tells us, he said, let no man deceive you. Be sure no man deceive you. Okay? So he creates all things. Don't change or forward his word. He don't like that. He'll divorce you. He'll write you out of that book, the blotting out of the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Remember? That's why I don't go on dates with men. Don't follow mandates, codes, or ordinances. They're not the law. We're not under it anymore. Don't rip them down from the tree, brothers, sisters. Yep, I'm not a corporation. I'm not going to follow the old brick road. I'm not a tin man or a straw man. I will go by the law of the organic law of the land, the law that I've always gone by. It's always been here, brothers, sisters. Remember, we had a constitutional republic at one point in time. One nation. Remember on the back of the dollar? In God we trust. Didn't matter whether you believed or not. This was one nation. A constitutional republic. A declaration of independence. And there were rights that have always been here. The law of the land. The Bill of Rights. These are God-protected rights. So that's why they're having a hard time prosecuting me too, brothers and sisters, because I wasn't arrested under a capital letter name. Was rested under apocalypse, revelation. So anyways, what are we doing, guys? What's your hell plan? What are you going to do about Hunga Tonga? Let's get back on this subject here. I appreciate you guys listening to me about my woes in my life, but we all get a different measure, brothers and sisters. I stand up against district attorneys, sheriffs, governors, presidents, the United States Army, state of Oregon. But brothers and sisters, your stand might be just against your family around you, because they're all doing these traditions of men, and your battle, your measure is all different. I can't even get a pickup truck, because some people have to try to get away, so I don't have to fight anybody and stay here by myself. And people who got 3 or 4 of them in their driveway, they don't even drive. They give millions of dollars to the ministry. All these money, these fake churches, mouses made by hands. The Father will fund this, though. He will. He'll let me sell what I have, the blessings he's given me, so I can fund the church and go on the road and get that little cheap little pickup truck for somebody. They spend 10 times as much every year on a same vehicle or whatever. But see, we all get a different measure. Why do I worry about somebody's truck? That's their measure. Look at the treasure he's given me. The chance to teach the gospel, the chance to worldwide continental ministry, to declare the coming of the King, the good news. So who am I to want, right? Filthy rags, once again, brothers, sisters. So I'm just trying to do what he tells me to do. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So this is what I do. My measure is different than yours, but I hope you're taking up your cross. I hope you're going out there and telling people we don't celebrate these traditions. These were all blotted out. The rituals, the sacrifices, the celebrations, the laws of the flesh, the writing of hand ordinances. The book of Colossians 2 and 14 once was written on tables of stone. The law, the physical law, is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood and written on fleshy tables of our hearts, brothers and sisters. The law, it's written on your heart. And we're not under the law. Remember, we're under a contract. Under contract now. The law was fulfilled of the flesh, okay? Oh, there's still, remember, statutes, commandments in the Old Testament that we must follow. He didn't abolish the law. Remember, he said, it is fulfilled. He fulfilled the law of the flesh. Hallelujah. And that applies to his bride. Israel is not some place in the middle of the desert, not some place during World War II. Those weren't Jews. It's a spiritual Jew, a spiritually inward Jew, inwardly Jew. Hallelujah. In our heart. That's right, I am. That's right, in our heart. He's inside you, brothers and sisters. Remember, the Apostle Paul said you have an outer man and an outer woman. Cut it off, circumcise it. Listen to the one that's inside of you, that's been there since you were a child. Yes, don't take little Jenny's bike. At one point, no, you just get on the bike and Wally Dollar, just you didn't know if it was right or wrong, but there came a point, Christ in you. No Jiminy Cricket, no conscience. You don't have a conscience. That's blasphemy. I rebuke the word conscience. You don't have a conscience. You know what I'm saying? Isn't it? To be in the new covenant, to have that Redeemer, because we're under that old covenant line, the wages of sin was death. You think you can live? That's what happens when you rip him down from the tree, brother. Says you got to go under that Old Testament. You put yourself under the law of the flesh. You live by the sword. You die by the sword. That is, one believes and the other doesn't. That's the word. Matthew 10 and 34 through 39. That's what he's talking about. Sow your cloak and buy a sword. Hallelujah. The sword of division. One believes and the other doesn't. Woo! The one who believes and the other doesn't. That's right. If you break one, you break them all. The wages of sin was death, and God, a sin is a sin. Hallelujah. So good thing we got a mediator, brothers and sisters. All glory to Shiloh. All glory to Shiloh, who destroyed, and the temple was destroyed. He predicted the destruction of the temple. No stone would be left upon another. And in 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. The physical law was taken. Hallelujah. He knew. Remember 79 AD? I'm pointing, 27 days tomorrow. We're going to be here. There'll be giants in the land. Remember in the days of Noah? What will be like of the second coming of Christ? They'll be like as the days of Noah. They'll be going along as if nothing was happening. Yes, they would be drinking and marrying and giving unto marriage and building and going out to buy a new Tesla and take the dog to the dog park and, yes, putting money in the 401k, making it, and bam, like a thief in the night. It came like a woman in travail, ladies, right? All of a sudden, there it is. And then pains. Yes, he caught him unaware. They were taken. That's why he tells you don't go to sleep, brothers and sisters. There's 3 houses on your block. This has got the light on. This has got the light off. This has got the light on. Where's that thief going to go? Oh, well, the one with the light off. If you would have known that the thief was coming, you would have been burning bright. You would have left your light on, wouldn't you? Yes, he said, don't to the eye is the lamp of the body. That's right. If the eye is filled with light, the whole vessel is filled with light. The whole lamp. If the eye is filled with darkness, the whole vessel is filled with darkness, the whole lamp. Remember, brothers and sisters, they don't mix. Be girded, have extra oil, and be burning bright. Make sure your eye is filled with light. Cut it out. Remember, he said if it was to sin, cut it off. Circumcise the flesh. We're not under that. Turn your cheek. We're under a new covenant. He will be the armor. Let God fight all your battles, brothers and sisters. Let the Father fight all your battles. There's no dirt that's worth saving. It isn't. Get away from chaos. How prepared are you? Do you have a hell plan? What the hell is your plan? No, not H-E-double-L, abyss. H-A-I-L, Hunga Tonga, brothers and sisters. Let's have the discussion. Let's have it. What is your hell plan? What the hell are you doing about this Revelation 16 and 21 sign? What are you doing? What's your plan? I want to know. Tell me. How prepared are you? How prepared are you for a tidal shift, a continental tidal shift? The earth, the seas, and the waves will be roaring. The nations will be perplexity. What is your plan? What are you doing for hailstones, the weight of a talent? What is a talent? You guys know some of what are these people? Does anybody not know what a weight of a talent is? Put yes or no. Put talent if you don't know what a weight of a talent is. There's many different ways to refer to a talent. It's a weight of measurement. I'm talking about a biblical talent. If you guys don't know, don't answer. And or if you don't know, if you truly know, because I teach it here, this is important. This is here. We made it. Revelation 16 and 1 come to pass. It will come to pass. I do not care what you think. I don't care these are the laws of nature. What goes up must come down. This ain't some solar minimum, solar maximum thing. This is something because a submarine volcano, undersea volcano went off Hunga Tonga in 2022. It takes a couple years for it to start ringing out, and that's where we're at right now. The infrastructure is already, if you watch David Devine at Adapt 2030, he's been dropping channel video after channel video about this same 3 alignment events that I've been speaking of. The one, okay, I've mentioned the others, but the infrastructure is not able to hold right now from the flooding that is going on. Remember the promise of the rainbow. He will not flood this earth because it rained from above and below. Okay, that's not going to happen. This time he's going to bring the fire from above and below. Got to get rid of all that fracking and all that BP oil. So water wouldn't work this time, but this time he's going to bring the fire. Oh yeah. Yep. That's what it says. I don't care about a jot or a tittle changing anything. If it says it in that book, it's going to happen. I don't care if he makes man make it do it. The devil does it. The devil's in the details, so the devil knows he's got to somehow produce 129-pound hailstones to get the key to unlock their antichrist, brother, sister. They're going to make every word come to pass. You better understand. You better take this word a lot more seriously than people do. The mechanics of hailstones, there were hailstones in the 1800s from a solar minimum of our atmosphere. This has nothing to do with that. This atmospheric compression. Hunga Tonga went off on February 12th. They deemed Hunga Tonga extinct, dormant. It would never go off again. They killed it. 3 days later, it rose out of the sea, brothers, sisters, like Jonah out of the belly of the whale on February 15th. 3 days later, it rose out of the sea, just like Jonah, that evil and adulterous sign that they'll be given. Look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. That's it. Dormant, extinct, February 12th, 2022, dead, never erupt again. 3 days later, it rose, like in the belly of the whale, like Christ in the tomb, 3 days in darkness. Hallelujah, brothers, sisters. I don't care if it was done with energy. I don't care if it was a natural occurrence. It has happened, and the whole world is sleeping on it, and they know this. They know this. There's nowhere to escape this, brothers, sisters. Not one single place on this earth that you're going to escape the atmosphere, okay? But it is up there. It is just starting to naturally wring itself out. But could be a compression event that could just knock that stuff right. 129-pound hailstones coming to a theater in a neighborhood near you. Are you ready? That's not fear. That's not fear. It's a matter of if. It's a matter of when. I studied this before the mechanics. I put out videos. I've re-uploaded a video off of Silver's Like Gold, a completely different channel than this channel, before this channel was ever created, covering the same topic. So hail, gale, gorilla hail, all the veracity. I've already covered this. Now the mechanics are there. And it didn't take a compression event of atmospheric. That's only produced basketball size hail. That's still massive. You think your roof could survive basketball hail right now? I can tell you it leveled all the wooden cities. Anywhere that this happened, that this basketball size hail from this compression event that happened during our solar minimum. People think the ice age happened. They think Disney, like, woolly mammoth, and think collecting acorns, a little whatever, the squirrel or whatever. No, we were in an ice age in the 1800s, a mini ice age in the 1800s and in the 1700s. We had the Dalton and the modern minimums. These are both because of our atmosphere and the energy on the sun not shooting out as much energy and like a balloon expanding our atmosphere. That's what happens with the solar minimum and the solar maximum. That's what caused basketball size hail. This is not going to be basketball size, brothers and sisters. This is going to be 130 pounds, 129 pound, 14 ounce hail. And it's not a matter of weight. You can forget about it. You can go on about your business, but you're not going to get away with this, brothers and sisters. If you keep forgetting this event, it will happen. And I don't think this event is years away, because it's already been years since the eruption. This doesn't take but a couple years before it starts. Now, we're just getting started in this wringing out of our atmosphere, this coming into our atmosphere and starting. That's why you see these atmospheric rivers, these broken up jet streams above. We went into El Nino last cycle after coming out of 3 La Niñas. That brings that up from the Pacific Northwest, that weather down into the, that tropical belt, and goes across what is called the Pineapple Express. That's what we saw this last season, that weather more to the south. Okay, we're dipping back into a La Nina. The fastest we ever have. La Nina is the cold cycle. El Nino is the warm cycle. Since the recorded history, since 1982, this is the fastest we've ever dipped off into the cold. So a lot of these things are already happening. That's more shrinking. That's why the sun is not the same color as it was 33 years ago. Okay, so this is happening. I don't know how long you think it's going to take for this hailstones. I don't care if it's 50-pound hail. You think your house can survive 50-pound hail, your roof right now? You might want to prepare and go find a place, because I don't think most people know. The only people you'll be fighting with over and over is probably the government. Nobody knows about this. You'll be probably fighting demons and devils. They'll be saying rocks fall on us and hide us from the face of the Lord. Yes, they will. men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth, brothers and sisters. Absolutely. That's just one of the plagues of revelation, okay? And it will pass over you. If you don't change a jot or a tittle, brothers and sisters, it will pass over you. But I've changed jots and tittles. All I can do is have faith and be wise and be prepared. That's why I'm trying to get you enough to at least be aware that it's happening. I can't, not trying to get you to do anything you don't want to do, but I can guarantee you there ain't going to be very many people know this happens when it does. And I'm telling you, I don't think we have 6 more months to wait. 5 of 25, no, 8 months, because 4 or 5 of 25, 6 months over these 3 next events that could happen. That could knock that loose up there and bring it back down to our atmosphere. Not naturally, something to compression and knock it out of our atmosphere. Nobody's talking about this, brothers and sisters. There's not one other blogger, not even David Devine, has put this understanding this, what is about to happen. Okay? So it is what it is. I don't want to make anybody in fear and react, from this, but this happened. So I'm going to keep talking about it, and then when it happens, I'm not going to feel like I failed, the understanding to try to at least, sound the horn. Hey, look, the shofar, blow. I'm sounding it as loud as I can, guys. I can't make you do anything. I don't want you to do anything. Actually, the Father has shown me through his word, I will come like a thief in the night. So you're not going to survive a 50-pound hailstone in the average structure on most places on this earth right now, unless you have some kind of chasm or deep, place with 6, 8, 10, 12 feet of dirt on top of you. 129-pound hailstones falling at free fall speed is not too many people are going to make it through that events. And I don't see it as something that it's going to be like, well, just one part of our atmosphere. Our atmosphere, that's 146 gigarams. Who's good at math? Anybody good at math? 146 gigarams, brothers and sisters. That's 13 to 14% more moisture in our atmosphere that was never even there over the whole atmosphere. Do you realize how much moisture that is? So it's just starting to ring out. It's starting to make its way back through our layers, and it's made its way down, through all the different ionosphere, the troposphere, the stratosphere. It was up in the heliosphere. So the stratosphere is the top. That's why I told you that eruption went all the way past our satellites, went and hit the top of our stratosphere. That's what, 180,000 feet or something out of eruption. It's insane. This is the largest eruption, brothers and sisters, since Vetasuva, and Vetasuva went off during that 79 AD alignment, and in Vetasuva went off in 70 AD, and that's what's 27 days now tomorrow before we're going to be in the same exact alignment that caused that pinch, to cause the volcanism, to cause all that to happen. What do you think is going to happen this time? Well, I think the water is going to come up onto the land. Most of you people live on the East Coast won't be here anymore. You'll be turned to a pillar of salt. And I love you, brothers and sisters, but it is what it is. I've been sounding this, message for as long as I can. I have the evidence to show you. You look at my evidence, and you tell me what you think is going to happen. You're just going to sit around and not look at it. That's fine. If you don't have to do anything about it. Nobody's done anything yet, so I don't think anybody's coming out here. I think I'm going to die alone when all this happens, just like I said I didn't want to, but it is what it is. I'll die trying, at least, But if God doesn't want me, the plagues nothing will get me. There's nothing. You don't have to live in fear of that, brothers and sisters. It says, if you add to this book, even the smallest jot or tittle, or take away, I'll blot your name out of that book. So don't add or take away. Then you got nothing. You will not receive of all the written plagues. You add to this book, you will receive of all the written plagues, or take even the smallest jot or tittle, period, yod, comma, say, I will blot your name out. So I don't think that I have done in my day enough to deserve a covering. That's not for me to decide, but I have to at least make some kind of cover myself. So I don't see any real answers, guys, in here. You guys seem very on this, but that's okay. Jimmy Crackcorn, you guys just stay where you're at, do whatever you think you need to do, and I'll just keep sounding the message. And I've already tried to ready myself, as the Father always prepares me for very difficult times, mentally and emotionally, very, very much ahead of time. Gives me a long time. He's been blessed. That is a blessing that he's given me, not prophecy, but he's been preparing me for the day that, what if I'm right? What if Tracy's evidence is right? What if this cycle is just a cycle and it's not anything? What if this really kicks down all this hail? What if the water does come up onto the land? What if we do see all this, electrical discharging, these earth shaping type events, we already are with infrastructure. The deserts are greening again, all these other things. There's already been things that are already been earth changing and shaping already. So we're just coming at the beginning of this. We're not even close to what we're about to see over the next 6 months are going to be very, very intense because of the celestial geometry that we are going to be facing, because of all the magnetism, the weakened magnetosphere, and all the mechanics that's going to be involved with that happening. That's what's going to rock this earth. It's the sun and the magnetosphere, potentially a solar flare, or again, let me ask you, you got 22 people in the chat. There is 146 gigarams. Maybe you just don't understand what I'm telling you. It's going to come back down. What goes up comes back down. How long do you think it's going to be before that hailstones come back? Because it's going to freeze. It's going to come down. It's not going to come down as moisture. It's going to come down as a hailstone, because it's up in our heliosphere. That is a dry layer of our atmosphere. So how long do you think it will take for that hail or water or moisture to come back down? Now, it's been February 15th, 2022, Hunga Tonga went off, put 146 gigarams as our ocean. Why aren't they telling everybody about this, guys? Because they're getting ready. Why do you think, Mark Zuckerberg's building a shelter, and these people are building all these shelters, and Elon Musk took over a boring company and started drilling underneath the ground instead of worrying so much about his space farce stuff? Because it's that time, brothers and sisters. If it says there's going to be 129-pound hailstones in Scripture, that's what it's going to be. So, go watch all my channels about what zodiac signs are what. I mean, there's a lesson right there. Those are the signs you need to be focusing on. Aries, Pisces, and Aquarius. Okay, fire, water, and there's a lesson. How about that? Go watch my lesson. You'll learn a little bit more. Probably, I know more about astrology than most astrologers that think they're astrologers. They don't even know they're from a hole in the ground. How about celestial geometry? Okay. It went off on my birthday. Oh, cool. So, cool. The bull. So, anyways, brothers, sisters, none of you still are answering me, and that's okay. Maybe I'll take a break, come back on. We'll get a different crowd in here. I don't want to just throw you out of here, but this is getting a little, it's getting a little hard to watch you guys just sit there and stay where you're at. But that's God working in life. I know that. So I'm preparing myself for that day, these next 6 months where all these events come to pass, and we'll push through this and the cream will rise to the top. I think those who prepare for this, not to try to save their life, but the cream will rise to the top, and the people that don't get ready, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So, want to be a failure? Don't do anything about it. Piss poor planning, perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. So, it is what it is, brothers, sisters. I'm not trying to change you. You do what you think is right, and I'll continue to sound the message. And you're not going to run away from this hail, brothers, sisters. You're not, unless you do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you talk about, so Tracy, did this get started back in 2006 when the earthquake? No, this all started back in 1859, David. 1859. Okay, when the magnetics of the earth were hit by a massive solar flare called the Carrington event. And it was an X20 or an X30. That's the migration. So I'm not sure. This event started, brothers and sisters, they've known of this event for thousands of years, that this event was coming. Let me show you here. Oh man, I don't know why. I'm not having a good day, guys. I'm trying to have a good day, but I am just not having a good day. I don't know what it is. I'm trying. Trying. Where did that go? Give me 1 second here. We'll show you. We'll unlock these demons, what they're trying to hide from you. Because I got the goods. Give this a thumbs up video. Thumbs up this video, guys, please, for me. Like, share this. You can take this right here, what I give you. Nobody else is. I don't know any each other channel that's got this, guys. This is what they're not telling you. Okay, but I've shown this already, so we're going to try to make this as quick as possible. Every time you see this dot, right here, it's going to be plotted on this graph that I'm going to show you. It says potentially catastrophic. Come on, phone. Why is it locked up like that? Potentially catastrophic civilization ending, catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or previous great year cycles. So is everybody on you understand, when it shows you a dot, that means there was a civilization ending event, catastrophic event of the last 150,000 years or great year cycles. So when I show you these dots on these lines, they're going to be marked by each one's going to have a date. Each one's going to have a date marked to it, and it's going to come back up where that dot is at and pull the date out where it's at. See, these are all the dates. So this is dated to where the event happened in historical record. They can find this through the strata, through the paleoclimatology, ice core, the gold standard, all this. They can find out when these events happened. There is such things as looking at the pottery and looking at all the isotope and all the magnet. Anyway, I don't want to go off on that. I want you to see what I'm showing you here. Brothers and sisters, they've known of these events because when these events happen, if you'll notice, we're going to go back in history. See these? There's been 5 major extinction events throughout these. These are minor and major, but there's been already 5 extinction events. So if I go here and every one of these dots, remember, these dots depict a civilization ending event or catastrophic event, where the dot is at. Now, if we go back to the graph, these are your slices of time. We're actually down here right now, just so you know, 6,000 years ago, this was the Noah event. This was when the whole earth was flooded 6,000 years ago. Each one of these is about a 2,000-year slice of time. So this is before Christ was born. This was the age of Aries. This was known as, he was the Lamb of God. David called him the Lamb of God, Aries the Ram. This is the age of fire. He was birthed right on this line right here. On this between 2 and 3 BC, he was born, and we left into a new age. We not only do we birth an age from fire to water, which is the symbol of Pisces, the Vesica Pisces symbol. Okay, now we're 6,000 years into the future, back on the line. So, but if we go back in history, look back here like a clock. Notice this is much like a clock. That would be 12. That would be 6. That would be 9. 3, 6, 9, 12. See that? These events always happen on a line, an exact time in history. The extinction events always happen on the line. Now, come on, phone. If we go back from here and we go back in time, we see no events happen anywhere in the gray. Didn't happen on the line here, but oh, look at that. Boom, it happened right on the line. Didn't happen in the yellow. Happened on the line. Didn't happen in the gray. Didn't happen in the gray. Didn't happen on the yellow line. Didn't happen in the yellow. Oh, but it went right on the line. That's where we're at now. Okay? We come back in history. Nothing in the gray. Happened on the line. Nothing in the yellow. Nothing on the line. You see what happens here, brothers and sisters? They've known of this. For thousands of years, they've known that this event that we're in now is cyclical, and we, on 12/21 of 2020, we entered into the new age, to the age of Aquarius. We're in this slice now, but we're right on the line. We entered what is known as the 12,000-year extinction cycle. 6,000 years ago, we had a half cycle, which was known as the Slovaski or the Noah event. When the whole earth was flooded, it flooded for 40 days and 40 nights. This was that event. We are now 6,000 years into the future. This is why they hate Apocalypse, Revelation. This is why they hate Tracy, Werner, because I've got the goods, brothers and sisters, that they know. This is what the devil knows. This is what they're trying to hide from you. They know of things thousands of years in advance. They're just riding the cycle, okay? This is what they know. So you can if you want to copy this, screen capture this, you can copy the video. I have a video on this channel that's got the same image that's called the 6th extinction event. Okay, we've had 5. People think they hear extinction, they think everything dies off. That means certain species die down while others will, flourish as these die down. That's what is called evolution, not like growing another thumb or a kickstand to lean on or something. It's, if man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? I'm not talking that kind of evolution. I'm talking about species will die down, and that allows these other species to flourish, or this is where we find new species will come in, not a frog turned into some kind of princess or some kind of nonsense like they try to pull with this crap, evolution, Darwin's theory and all that nonsense. I didn't see you in the house, mama girl. But this is where we have entered the 6th extinction. Now, everything that's made it through the last 5 extinction events, brothers and sisters, is still here. So if I'm not mistaken, we still have crickets and rabbits and potatoes and carne asada, cows for burritos, and everything that's still here made it through the last 5. So you just don't know what extinction means. You hear extinctions and you think that means everything's going to die. So give yourself a pat on the back and say, hey, I made it 4 years into the extinction event. Are you going to be one of the people that actually makes it? Or are you going to be some of these species that dies off? Nothing's going to die off probably completely in this 6th extinction event, brothers and sisters. And there may be some things, but I doubt it. I know that a lot of species will die off. A lot more species, a lot more hardened than human beings. I can tell you the human beings are the stupidest species on the earth. Does anybody disagree with me that humans are by far the most stupid species to ever walk this earth? We are the cancer of the earth, but can anybody disagree? You can spit your case now, and I'm going to take a break, guys. And sharks and turtles. Oh, wow, we got sharks and turtles too. Boy, they made it through the extinction event. Then we got, guys, we got polar bears, and we got lemon cucumbers, guys. You ever have a lemon cucumber? Well, we are, David, and the reason why I say that, guys, to prove to you my point, at this point in history, we're the only species that has to pay to live here right now. This kitty, this my little kitten girl right here, my little juniper girl, she don't pay to live here. She's never paid a dime to be here. You want to turn your little lights on for him? She can change them from red to green, all on her own. Change them from red to green. Change them from red to green for him. Oh, there we go. Change them from red to green. She'll just do it on her. Oh, there we go. Did you see that? Turn them back green. Turn them green. Oh, green. This is my girl. She never paid to live on anywhere on this earth. She don't have to pay. We are so stupid, guys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is my pretty girl. She's got the hunting eyes. She'll turn them on. She can turn one off. See that? Turn them on. Change them 2 different colors. See that? Turn one off for them. Turn one off, sweetheart. Oh, turn them on. Turn them back on. Look at the camera, sweetheart. I love you. Say you keep talking to me, Dad. I want a girl. I want my sweet little girl. You're such a good girl. No, she's not a robot. She's not a drone. This is a hunting girl. Change. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just give me some loving, Dad. Stop it. Just give me some love, Dad. Oh, my goodness. You're such a sweetheart. I love you, girl. I love you. I love you. You want to get down? You want to hang out with Dad? Oh, she's giving the kitty kisses now, or the puppy kisses. So she's a sweetheart, guys. She's my little, she's a savage, man. She brings home the bacon. and the rabbits and the chipmunks and the whistle pigs and the sage rats and the field mice and the regular mice. We don't have any rats here, but some people do in the valley, but they can't move in here. Not with my certain. Yeah, she's pretty special. That don't walk from birth. Thank you, David. Yeah, most people kick them. She keeps her family well fed. Yeah, she does. She's been feeding these guys really well. Yeah, whistle pig is what they call a sage rat, or excuse me, not a sage rat. Well, yeah, sage rat is what they would call that, or a whistle pig, or a prairie dog. A prairie dog, you know what a prairie dog is for people who live back east? What a prairie dog is? It's the same species as a prairie dog. So, because remember they make that the little cackles, or they call whistle pigs. The only thing they call things species. Thanks, Don. But we are truly the only thing that has to pay to live here, guys. How smart are we? We pay for water. Is there another animal that has to pay to drink? You know, there's another animal that has to pay to eat. Now they're you know what I'm saying? But what kind of, how intelligent are we? We're the only species that pays to live here, guys. Do you see why I want to get away from this, guys? You guys might think I'm nuts, and I'm okay, because I'm all right with that. I know I'm a little bit out of my mind, but you know, some of the more people, I guess, that were more studied they were a little bit off. Okay, so that's me. I'm not saying that I'm not, but you see why I want to go back to be more animal-like, brothers, sisters? You see, I want to go back to being an animal. I'm okay with just going in the woods by myself, brothers, sisters, because they do pack up with animals, but I guess I'm not a pack animal. I'm not a sheep. I won't go with the herd. I'm not that, you know, I'm not a wolf. I know that. They pack up, wolf packs, so remember, I'm a dog. That's what they called me Trey Dog from the time I was in, I don't know, elementary school, middle school. Like, you know, we call that junior high school. So I don't know who called me that first or where that name came from, but they always call me, since my name was Tracy, they call me Trey Dog. And it's because I'm his shepherd, brothers, sisters. He showed me that I'm not no wolf. I know that I look like a wolf to most people. I got big pointy ears and fangs and a big tail, look just like a wolf, but I'm not. He showed me a shepherd and a wolf look very much alike, don't they? So I never fit in this earth. And I remember when he told me that day, he showed me that, you know, and I never ever, my hands used to shake every day, brothers, sisters, up until that very day. My hands would shake, and they called me earthquake in the military. And I had, you know, the people thought I had Tourette's in my hands. They're like, dude, you shake a lot, man. How can you even shoot a weapon? You know, that's crazy. You know, I'm fire expert marksman with all my, get out of here. Don't want to affect my, you know, marksman skills. But they even call me earthquake in the military, you know, because of my signature and my hands, the way they shook. But that day, brothers, sisters, because it was earlier that day, he put me through some really hard times. I mean, my son and us, we were really in a bad spot. Like, you know, cops being called for no reason and people just being brutal to me and my son. And he's really stressing me out. And he'd spoken with me that day because I just felt I didn't know what to do. And I knew I was in a tough position. And I was like, man, why is this happening? I know I'm not doing anything bad, but I'm not going to sit here and go along with this stuff. I'm going to speak up, you know, and bark. This is what I do. A dog sees evil, it barks, right? So that's what he said. You're not a sheep, Tracy. You want to get up there with your babies? You want to get up there with your babies? Get up there with your babies. Feed them. Through his word, brothers, sisters, and he don't work like that in my head. He just shows me through the word, so to speak, where I'm reading it. And he said, you're not a wolf, Tracy. I know you think you're not a bad guy, and you're not. But you're not a good guy either, because you don't go with the herd. You know, you're not because the good and evil, you know, the wolf always trying to get the sheep. And so he showed me, he said, Yeah, it tremor. It was really bad. I'm telling you, up in that day. And he said, that day I was really just like today. I'm feeling really weird, guys. I don't know what's going wrong with me today. I just don't feel normal today. But it was one of those days, guys, where I was really just being put under a lot of stress and whatnot. And it came in the first part of the day. It said, "Don't you remember, Tracy, you're my dog?" I kept thinking, well, I'm not a wolf and I'm not a sheep. Where do I fit in this world? And I was so stressed. I'm like, I'm never going to fit in. I'm not. I just don't have this place. I'm not going to take my life, but I just can't seem to find my place in the world. And because I know I'm not evil. People call me evil, and I'm not. I know that I'm not this kind of guy to go with the sheep, go with the herd. I mean, I'd be a black sheep if I was a sheep, right? Some of us are the black sheep, but I'm not a sheep because I just will not herd up with the people and go along with the flow. So that morning he said, "Tracy, I looked through the word and I seen it." And he's like, "The shepherd, you're my dog," and I'm like, "What do you," it didn't hit me at first, like, dog, don't you remember you were a dog? You bark when you see evil, Tracy. So what? You're not evil. You're not, you're not evil and you're not good. You're not a sheep. You're not good or evil. That's not you. You don't fit in here. Okay. So you're right. And then I was reading the scripture later that day. And then I hit the word, I came across it, that his shepherds, that led the flock. And then I was like, oh my God, I found my place in this world. He said, "That's right, Tracy. You're my shepherd. You always go out and you try to lead the flock. You can't help what you do. You're always barking. The wolf's coming. He's going to bite. Go down. Don't get down to the water. He's going to, and they're like, oh my God, it's a wolf. He looks just like the wolf. He's got canines and he's got, and they don't, I'm speaking bark and they're speaking bad, and so we didn't quite, but I'm just there to lead his sheep." He said, "That's your only purpose in this life, Tracy. You don't serve anything else. You're right. You're not a sheep. You're not that. And you're not the wolf either. You're my shepherd. Just do what I sent you here to do." And from that day, I mean, hands never, ever again. I was like, I remember everything in my body just was overcome. Everything, my whole life changed. And in a twinkling of an eye, my whole life was, I shook every day of my life since I was in the military, joined the military at 17. That moment that overcame me, I realized it. I didn't realize, like how intense that it was. But I remember when I stood up and my hands got real light and I looked at my hands and they felt so, not that they weren't shaking, but they felt like I had, I don't know, something just overcame my whole body and looked at my hands and I was like, wow, what is happening? I set my hands back down and just felt comfort. I sat back down and I just was overcome. And I probably sat there for an hour or two before I finally realized what had happened to me. And heck yeah, absolutely, Storm. He's not getting rid of all of us. So that was a beautiful time in my life, brothers and sisters, where I really felt like I finally had some purpose in this life. So I've never, I always knew that I was a fisher of men. And, as far as going and trying to be with, remember, that was my old mistakes of being young and thinking I can go out and bring people to God. I ain't bring nobody. I never brought one person God. I ain't bringing nobody God in here. That's not, there's nobody going to God because of me. That doesn't have anything to do with it. They might have heard some words that I had quoted in the book, and it might take them 5 minutes. They might be out of here and go, oh my gosh, they'll go to read the word, and it was something that, words are not mine, the words that he said. It might be 5 weeks later, it could be 5 years later. They're, holy crap. So, but it's not me doing it. And I don't think that ever there's anything in my life that I've, at least last 20 years, that I didn't shape around this word. My life is 100% basically, I mean, as much as I possibly can. See, you don't believe so? Remember, I was going into this lesson. All I want to do is sell everything I own, brothers and sisters. I'm so tired of trying to build a community and it not happen that I'm just a little wore out from it. And now the best thing for me to do is to go get on the road and enjoy the things that I missed in the last 10 years because I just couldn't put the community together. So, I think that'll be the best thing for what I, for the ministry too. I'd love to go on the road. Like I said, go walk into churches and talk with pastors and see if they know any of this to see if they've got any truth in them. It'd be a good live streams. I think I could do some good live streams out on the road, really good live streams. So I'm hoping the Father will come through here on this, and this is what He wills for me. I need the mobility. I never couldn't nail me down. I never had a job that I worked inside really like that. I've always had an outside job, law enforcement, veteran, police officer, commercial driver. I've done all kinds of. Most of my work has been outside, and I don't like having a roof over my head. So, I'm ready to go on the road and be more Christ-like. Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome to be out there in nature and then go in town? So I'm hoping that the Father can help make this happen. So if I'm so blessed to be able to sell the land, it's going to take somebody on the other end to say, yep, I want that land. I want it, and that will be God's plan for them. So I have 45 acres of land that I'm trying to sell to fund this. I'm blessed enough to have, I love the woods so much, guys. I just can sit there for hours and just listen and let bugs crawl over me and stuff. I don't care when I'm in the woods. It is like, oh man. I've been to the redwoods. I want to get out of this state too and get down to the redwoods before the captain puts the fasten the seatbelt sign back on, so I'm hoping that's God's will for me. I have the blessings, guys. I just need people to buy the things that I have. So that's what it's going to take for Tracy to get to live supposedly the dream I think that I talked to my son about when he was just a little child, when he was 8 years old. Dad just wants to put a backpack on and let God blow me wherever it takes me, son. As long as I can go out and teach the gospel, I'll eat every day. I'll have food to eat, and I'll never have to worry about a roof over my head. And he was really amazed at that. And he's like, Dad, I think, he supported that. I love that. And he's really young. He's like, so I got to take care of you. We'll get you through. And, you probably want to stay with Dad, but be ready for Dad to go when you turn, that's one of my favorite places on the earth is the redwood forest, man. I just could die there. I could die in the redwoods, man. That would be a good place to die. Rest your place there. Boy, I'd like to rest there for a minute until he comes and lifts me up out of the dirt, But anyways, that's what I'm trying to do with my life, guys. I'm trying to get to where I don't really own anything more than just a vehicle and maybe some supplies to cook, or whatever, and some hunting supplies or something like that. So I'm going to hop up. Yeah. Take a snack break here, guys. I have land. If anybody's looking to trade a land for a vehicle, I have 45 acres of land available to potentially. There are 3 separate lots, but I have a 5-acre parcel, a 20-acre parcel, and another 20-acre parcel that I could. One of the 20 acres I don't own. This parcel I don't own either. I've been paying on it for 10 years, about $25,000 I think I paid off so far. But one of these streams it's going to hit for me, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to keep trying. I have everything I have for sale. Tomorrow I'm going to be putting the land up here, this 20 acres for sale. It's the first time I'm actually going to list the property online. I've been trying to offer it here on YouTube and see if anybody wanted to kind of take me up on the offer, but I just don't feel the vibe that it's going to happen. So I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen off of the marketplace, or, I have it listed on Craigslist, the other 5-acre parcel. So I'm going to go ahead and, sell this 20-acre parcel. I didn't want to because I didn't want anybody to live next to me. That's why I bought it. Remember, I wanted the ability that the view would never change. But if it's going to the ministry, and I'm not going to be doing this dream that I had for so long here, I'm not going to ever get rid of this property as far as, I want this property to go to the ministry. This is where all the work has been done on this property the last 10 years. So, something's going to pop, guys. I'm hoping so. And that, I'd love to be able to put all this, over to God's hands. And it's in God's hands, guys. So don't worry. There's nothing that anybody can do in here to change what's going to happen, good or bad, or it will just be the timing of God. And I've tried for a long time to make things happen that never did. So I can put effort in for 10 years and get 0 results and still go. Just so you know, 10 years. You ever do anything for 10 years and not get anywhere? Not even a single foot forward. Not even a single foot forward. You just gotta almost go backwards, you know. That's my life, guys. But it's okay. I'm all right with that. I don't need anything. I've already, like I said, that's why I'm just kind of teetering down with this whole, you know, you know, I just want to be like an animal, man. Let's go back to what I said. Animals don't pay to live here. How stupid are we? Animals don't pay to live here. I don't want to pay to live here, guys. I don't want to pay to live here anymore. That's stupid. You can't even own your land. It gets taxed. You can't own it. You'll never own land in America. This country sucks. I hate America. I hate this nation so much. Not the people here, but the nation itself is an apostasy. You can't even own your land. Why would I even try anymore? What a waste. I just spent so much, 10 years of my life wasting, trying to form a community, buying land that I could never own. What an idiot I am. I'm one of these people, like I tell you about, all these only species that sit here and pay to live here. I don't pay much and I don't pay, but I want to go back to being more like an animal. You guys do your human things. I guess I'll just be an animal. Grizzly Adams or something. No, you know, so what I'll be doing is turning this over. I found another way. I found another way to be able to where the government can't take this land, brothers, sisters, and it's to give it to High Desert Grace and Truth Ministries. Turn it over to the church. Give your land to the church and God will take care of it. It becomes his and he protects it. No, it can't be taxed. Ever again, this land cannot be taxed and it can't be taken because of the taxes on it. It can't be taken. Hallelujah. Want to help me? You can donate some money to the ministry. I'll just pay it off. Nobody's going to donate anything. Don't worry about it. God will take care of it. He made me work so hard to buy all this other land that I have, and I'll sell it. So just blows my mind, guys. Not you, please. This has nothing to do with you, but all these millions of dollars that pour into these fake ministries every day, every month. These people pay. I'm not saying, look at Grace and Truth Ministries. I love my brother Jim. He brings in $100,000-$200,000 a month. A month, guys, a freaking month to run the ministry in Hendersonville, Tennessee. $200,000+ a month it costs to run Grace and Truth Ministries. With the 5 salaries, the building, all the CDs that go out. Yeah, it's a lot of money to run. I didn't realize how high his costs were, but he has a massive cost. You know, he has a lot. He sends out thousands of dollars a month to the people in the church that need help. You know, he writes checks every single month to thousands of $3,000 or $4,000 of checks every month. He writes to people all around the world. So it's heartbreaking, but it is what it is. I know it's God's will. It's hard to swallow. Like I said, people give all this ties to all these fake churches, and all I want to do is to be able to give this to the ministry so that I can, you know, maybe potentially help facilitate all the things that were never able to happen here. I bet you I can get an underground garden going. I bet you I can get a freeze dryer out here. I bet you I can get this property hooked up to power. I bet you I can get the gravel that I never had. I bet you I can get somebody to come out here with a tractor and dig the ditch so the water doesn't keep flushing the driveway out. All those things I can never do on my own. I'm sure if this was not my property and I was able to pastor here and represent the church, I could show them here. This is High Desert Grace and Truth Ministries. And if you'd like to donate, maybe you can come in with your backhoe. We need this driveway, a ditch dug in so we don't put the gravel and it just keep falling back into we need a ditch on each side. Can you crown the road? Can you come in here and work on the road? Yeah, we can do that for you. You can write it off on your taxes. Hey, we already have the power pole out here. Already have the the 400 amp breaker, already have the conduit, already have the pole, already, all we need is somebody to pay to hook it up from the, the Mid-State Electric out here. Would you guys be willing to pay? Would Mid-State Electric, would you be willing to pay for the hookup for the can, the $4,500, whatever it is, to hook up the power to? We already have it. Yeah, we would do that. We'll do it right off. And I think I can get everything that needed done that I could never do out here. Because why would you go? Why would you give it to me? I'm just some crazy pastor out in the desert who loves the word of God. That's not going to get me anywhere, brothers and sisters. It's not about me. So I don't know if you agree with me, or not, but I think this could make all the things could happen for the ministry. Brother Jim wants to build apartment complexes because people want to go over there to Hendersonville, Tennessee, and live with Brother Jim over there, be a part of the ministry. I could do the same thing here. I already have buildings here for people to live in. I can drag that other 53-foot trailer over here and have this building as the double quarters split it. I could have that one as the ministry. I already have 2 or 3 cabins built out here. Remember, I have all the facilities that everything Brother Jim would take him millions of dollars to do, I could probably accomplish with just by paying this land off. And people are going to write the same check to some fake church, some of these mega churches. Isn't that crazy, guys, the way the Lord works? It's incredible sometimes in my life. And I know what's so crazy is he has the ability to do whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. There's nothing that's in the power, not within the power of the Father. So it is what it is. I'll just put all my faith like Daniel that whatever's supposed to happen, just like with my logistical case here, it's happening because God wants it. Remember, it's not what I want. This isn't what I want, guys. Hope you know that. And I'm not trying to make this about me, but this surely isn't what I want. I just worked 10 years for nothing. For nothing. Then I bought the land over here, which I should have never bought. I should have just paid this land off. Now I'm going to try to sell this land to get this one paid off. Nothing has gone like I wanted it to. So, craziness, guys. I'm just beside myself. But it'll all work out. It'll all work the way that the Father wants. So whether I get stuck here, I die alone, I never have a wife, I never get accomplish anything ever again, it's okay. I've reached my peak. I've already done everything I think I should have ever done. And I've been far beyond anything that I think I should have ever been able to accomplish. So please don't be mad at me for wanting to continue to have some drive and, not just sit around and do nothing, because it's just not me. Idle hands are the work of the devil. So the best thing I can do is just keep enduring to the end and worry about just my salvation and don't worry about the flesh. It's nothing. So we'll take a break. I do appreciate, just let me throw it out there. Maybe one of these live streams, somebody will go, yeah, I got a truck, Tracy. I'll trade you. I definitely would love to come out there. I'll have a second property. $25,000. I got $500,000 properties all over the place. Some guy's little man out there in the desert wants $25,000 for his property. Honey, let's go do that. Let's buy it and give him that truck. I don't know. I don't care if nothing ever happens, just so you know. I don't care if I die tomorrow. Don't matter to me. There's nothing here that I need to do other than keep taking up my cross and endure to the end. That's all I have. It's what I have in my life. And you guys, blessings. I got you guys and my puppies. So, but I think it would be a good life to not just sit around here and mope and sulk and be a little Karen or Ken or crybaby Tracy here and be able to go throw a fishing pole in the water. I haven't fished in 12 years, guys. So I haven't gone and done anything. And my son said, Dad, you've been working for 5 years. Ever since Uncle Jeremy came here and stole everything from us. Remember, he stole everything. We had to start all over. Remember? Just you only had the tent. Yeah, I remember, son. Thanks for. He said, Dad, you've been working for 5, 6 years. The longest I get you to come over to my house is 3 days. You won't take a break. You won't take a vacation. You won't stop. You need to take a break, Dad. You look a little thin. You're wearing down, and you look miserable out there now. Just so you know, you don't have that glow like you used to. You used to be pretty fired up, and now I just don't see it in you. I know you sometimes you do, but your light's flickering, Dad. You need to go on the road and get those books. You want to go get the books for the library? Go on the road, Dad. Sell all those precious metals. Stop. Don't try to. I don't want them, Dad. I'll get my own silver. Should have listened to that young man, huh? Damn it, if I ever have a chance. That's why I'm doing this, guys. And maybe if you don't figure out what I'm so hard, this is what my son told me to do. And I should have done this. I should have gotten in the truck. I should have sold the precious metals. I still would have had some left to bail him out, brothers and sisters. I had enough to bail my son out and have more. And I, for 7 years, I took a long time to buy it piece by piece, little by little. Didn't buy a bunch at one time, but over 7 years, I wasn't able to amass enough where I should have just bought that damn truck and listened to my son. So I'm not going to stop beating this horse. If you're getting tired of it, guys, I can't. I should have listened to him. So I want to do what my son wanted me to do because he said, Dad, do this, please. I want to see you happy. And if I don't know if I'll ever see him again or talk to him. So I need to do this for us, for me and my son. And I think it's the righteous thing to do. He wanted to see me happy. He's seen how hard I've tried to everything I could possibly do to make it happen. Basically build everything, all the structures out for people to come. Just wasn't God's will. So please go easy on me. You know what I'm saying? I don't, I want to make this happen. I want my son to someday, know that Dad went out on the road, because I don't know if I'll ever see him again. I haven't been able to talk to him. I don't know anything about him. It's like my son is dead, and not dead to me, but I don't have any idea what's going on with him. I don't even have anybody to update me. So since I don't have a life anymore and he's the only thing I had, I think it's time to get away from this and go try to find some happiness. I'm borderline. I think that's what's starting to happen, guys. I really think I'm starting to get some depression is setting in. And I have already PTSD and I'm fine. But I've never had this. I've always been so strong. I'm a veteran, strong in the mind. But I think what it is, it's just too much. Somebody said it, I got cabin fever, guys. You can't stay in one place forever and just be isolated and not have anybody. It wears on you. And if I did that, I could enjoy myself. Like when I was wanting to build, I was fine being alone. I've been alone for 15 years. I've dated 2 women in 15 years, and only 3 of those years was I dating. The other 12 years, I was a happy guy. Nobody'd ever say, Tracy, I was happy to be single, but I had a plan to work towards something. I was always working towards building that community, which kept me. Someday I'm gonna find my house a helpmate. She's gonna dig me for all my weird ways and be like, "You're so crazy. I just dig you. You're so weird, and you ain't the best looking guy, but there's still a little laws of attraction. But man, your brain is so beautiful, Tracy. The things you do, you're such a weirdo. It just didn't happen, so that's okay. What I could do is I can go on the road and I could just have friends, people I can contact. So I don't have to sit here the whole time and just talk to all my friends online. I love you guys, but I'd like to go out and meet some of you guys in person. So if I would have listened to my son multiple times, I wouldn't have been in some horrible situations. I don't want to make this mistake again. I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Again, I don't think if I ever talk to my son again, and he found out somehow that Dad got away, he didn't sit there and just stay there, because that would he be, Dad, you just stay there, Dad. Why did you do that? I think it's time I listened to what my son told me. He's a brilliant young man. I've always asked him, hold on, sweetheart. I've always asked him for his ideas. I told him, Eliza, I probably won't use your idea, but I want to know what your idea is. I need that third or second opinion from you. Okay? I love talking to you. I can't promise you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, like I said, it's equally yoked to somebody. I don't think anybody will ever be able to yoke to me. I'm just too off. I'm just a little weird. Like I said, I'm just a little too weird for the world. I'm just not, man, and I'm okay. I'm settling myself that I'm not going to have a partner. I can have friends and I can have, acquaintances, but I think I'll be better to be alone. I can have another life and another wife, and that's fine. But God can make whatever happen. I don't want to be with somebody again. And I know I'm not the only one if I can't be with somebody now that really wants to yoke with me after me and be with me when I die on the other end, I don't want to be with somebody here temporary. That's a loner wife or a loner girlfriend. It's just not me. I've always had long relationships. I don't spread myself around. I don't, you know, it's not about that to me. A relationship very important with communication. And what are you doing? All right, I'll let you out, sweetheart. So I'm gonna get something heated up, guys. Thank you for listening to my rants. I've got to be the biggest rant channel on the net here, the web. You don't go and say, "Mama girl, good girl." Let's get this heated up. The hardest part is just knowing the Father can do whatever He wants. There's nothing within His power that He can't do. So that's the hard part to swallow. My coffee still. Do I have any coffee? See, I don't even know why somebody would be like, "Did you hear what that guy he's got? He's got a freaking hell shelter." I don't know, man. I don't know no men that listen to the Word of God and live by the Word of God and would protect their lady from hailstones the weight of a talent. I ain't trying to just put myself out there, guys, but what the hell do you women look for in a man these days? Oh, I got it. You want a trophy. You want a guy you can show off who's real handsome and suave and he drives a car perfect, got a Lamborghini, put you up in a big house, and you just spend his money all day, right? And you don't ever even have to bother with him, right? No, I'm just kidding, ladies. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm saying who's building their lady a way to survive the Revelation 12 sign, or excuse me, the Revelation 16 and 21 sign. Well, I want a man of God that follows that word. I don't know any of these ladies that go after a true man of God anymore. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, I don't know what women are looking for. I don't know what men are looking for anymore either. I don't know. Women are strong now. They're much stronger than men. So you're pretty tough to sway a woman. She's had to step up because men are really soft and they don't speak up at all anymore. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't, so what do you, I don't, P.O. Box 921, Christmas Valley, Oregon. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what it is that women, I don't even want to try anymore. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to be something I'm not. I ain't changing who I am. I'd either find a woman who likes me for who I am or not. So I don't know what woman anymore. Maybe just been out of the dating scene for too long or whatever. But I ain't looking to be dating anybody. I want a wife. I want somebody that it says in Scripture, a helpmate, somebody to be my teammate. We're a team. I help her, she helps me. We help each other. That's what it's about to me. Communication and that. That's what's key to me. I love to talk. Obviously, you got a gift to gab. I never run out of things to talk about. I talk your damn ear off. Most guys are like freaking cavemen. Oh, hit woman over head, take her back to cave. Have way with woman. That's most men these days. All that's on their mind is getting between your legs. We can wait on that. I ain't tripping on that. They were lacked in that area. Here, let's see. Give me 1 sec, guys. Hold on. I just got a message here coming in. What is this all about? All right. Oh, hey, what's going on here? Not bad. I don't know why it was doing that. P.O. Box 921. Just remember 911. Remember 911, but it's 921. Kind of like 911, but 2 1s. 921. Christmas Valley, Oregon. I've got to check my mail in a while. I think it's been a couple weeks, maybe. I've gone up to town. I haven't done nothing. In town. I'm working here. All right, where's my water glass? All right. All right. What we got here? All right, guys. So, if you guys are not subscribed to the or a member of TikTok, I appreciate it. If you're not, I understand, but if you are, I'm trying to get that TikTok channel back up over there because I've had several requests for people to, before I started this channel first, there was 300 followers. My son told me to go over to TikTok. I didn't want to. I listened to him. It went, okay, cool. Yeah, I just trying to get the followers up to 1,000 so I can go live because I've had probably 5 or 6 people in the last couple months contact me from the TikTok platform and go, Tracy, we want you back over there. please come back over there. And I just decided to spend the time over here. But if it's by request, I will, even if I get 3 or 4 people in a chat room over there. And I'm sure there'll be more, but if you're not on TikTok, I understand. I don't like the platform to begin with. I told my son I don't do TikTok. And he's like, Dad, you'll do better over there. You'll get, and I did. Well, I went up from I went from, 3 months, went up to 20,000 followers on TikTok. Over here, thank you so much, sister. Appreciate that. And I do have links, guys, for PayPal. And I know mental health recovery is over there in Australia, but I have links for PayPal and CashApp too, if you want to try to put, any donation, more of an instantaneous, much love. That is mental health recovery is from the TikTok platform, guys. Follow me over from TikTok. Thank you so much, sister. She's grows her own vegetables. She's sent me, I've seen beautiful pictures of her garden over there. She grows a beautiful garden in Australia. Beautiful. A longtime follower over there on the TikTok platform, is one of the few that came over here and originally followed me back over here. So much blessing, sister. Again, she's in the Outback, so I'm in the Outback. I had on the TikTok platform, guys, I think at least to the third of the followers that are from out of the country are from Australia. I had a very large following over there. I don't know what it is, but if it's just the algorithm that hit it, almost like Don was saying, that a lot of the TikTok followers from outside the U.S. see, my son told me to do that too. He's like, Dad, I'm watching looking through your, all your analytics. You look at them like, no. He's like, you realize you have 1 million, views on your channel? Like, no, I don't. He's like, yeah, you do. Wow, I didn't realize. He's like, yeah, you're really getting a lot more, views than you think you are. He says, your lives are killing it. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it. Again, so I had originally had 20,000 followers over there, guys. It didn't take long, and we would do 12 to 1,500 people in a live stream. There's like, you guys, there's 27 in here now. There's 12 to 1,500 people. And I'd have several people come in on the live stream, or 1 or 2 or 3, normally not a bunch. I didn't hold, like, there's a couple of people, Paul over there, he has like 8 or 9 people. I just couple, 2, 3 people come in, and we would sometimes I just do it by myself, but I'll get on there later in the morning times, and guys, and we would put 12 to 1,500 people in a room, and probably a third of them were from Australia. It'd be some of the rooms were heavy Aussie following. So I think it had a lot to do with the algorithm. And, when I put the water overlay video on that channel, guys, is what took the channel down. Okay. So I should have known it, but I felt like it needed to be said on the TikTok platform. So once I did that, they took the live stream down over there, and it never come back on. I went over there today and put up a couple of uploads and said, hey, I'm over here live streaming. If you want to see me live, see if we can get this channel back up. I asked, there was 20,000 followers on the Predestined FOR-light channel, and I had the backup channels, the same one as this, and I said, guys, this channel is going to get shut down. I'm loading videos here that are, I need you to go over there, please, before this one gets shut down. We won't be able to talk to each other anymore. If this gets shut off, I won't have the live stream, and I just couldn't get the people to go over there. I don't know why. Nobody did, but mental health recovery. Sister Diana Lynn was in here earlier today. Lillian, she was one of the followers, and so I need to listen. Some friends in social media industry. Let me see what I can do. God's been talking to me right now. I'm not going for. Thank you so much. All glory. Thank you, Don, for you coming in here. And again, thank you for sharing too, you guys. Like I said, mental health recovery has been a long time follower, and I appreciate you coming over here, because I miss my followers, guys, over there on TikTok. That kind of hurt. It hurt to not, to have 20,000 followers and just to lose them, overnight, not talk to him anymore. It was like shutting me off, man. It sucked. It'd be like if this stream got taken down over here. So if they want the gospel over there, I want to give it to them, guys. And if that's what they want, I've been kind of hiding and ducking for it. So you guys, girls, be easy. You're so rough. That little orange kitty's so freaking rough. We got 4 little girls in the cage. Hey, psst, be nice. Little girl, you're so rough. Oh my gosh, she's so rough. She's the one who got scratched in the face. So I do appreciate it, guys. If you can support this channel by going over on TikTok. No, not right now, Tuggy. Not right now, big guy. Not right now, big guy. God, sorry, got a puppy in my lap here. You want to say hi, biggie guy? So, no, go on. No. All right, go on. Go on. No toll booth. And no, don't you dare come back and turn around and go back the other way. Go back that way. No, we're not doing toll booth. So I appreciate everybody who made it over to my backup channel, and not too many people followed over here, brothers and sisters. So I so much appreciate being able to stay in touch with a few people that did follow me. But we're trying to put that channel back up on TikTok, and that's how you can help me. If you can over there, would go over to the TikTok platform if you are on that channel. If you're not, I totally understand. I know a lot of people will not go on to TikTok. They will not go on to TikTok. There's no way. I'm like, that's what I told my son. He's like, Dad, go over to TikTok. I'm like, nope, son, no, I don't do TikTok. He's like, Dad, please. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. 97641. I apologize, didn't answer that, but they want the gospel over there, brothers and sisters. You know, I spoke with Sister Lynn today, and she's like, Tracy, there's so many people over there that I talk to from the old channel, and we talk about you often. And he's like, Paul over there is, you know, I constantly is like talking to Paul going, well, Tracy wouldn't say that, and Tracy doesn't teach that, and Tracy didn't. She's kind of giving Paul a hard time. It was one of my followers. And she said, Tracy, I've talked with a lot of the followers and they want you back over there. Why aren't you? I'm like, I can't. I put in too much work and then nobody followed me back over there. I gave you guys months warning to follow the backup channel. Nobody did. And I stayed on for months. Nobody did. I was gaining 1 or 2 followers maybe a day. Does it take me years to get up to 1,000? You know, it only took me, I got up to 20,000 in 3 or 4 months. You know, it's because the channel was shadow banned, and then I needed the effort, you know. Tango, stop. And so what I've done now by request is I have opened up the opportunity that I will go live on that platform, which is very hard to do work on as a content creator or a live streamer, is because it's very censored over there. I cannot talk about the things on that platform like I can over here. I have been banned just for preaching the gospel. I'm having a live stream now, just very simple gospel. So I have to be very careful over there. I can't say that I'd last long. So I'd hate to see your efforts in vain if you went over there and followed me over there on that platform is the same as this. I would appreciate it. That would help me out tremendously. And it would get the gospel out over there, because nobody's teaching the difficult, you know, narrow path, you know, the true gospel that is taught on this platform. It's not being taught. They're just not another channel. Michelle M7 White, she mirrors Brother Jim's teachings on the Grace and Truth Ministries, but there's nobody else that's preaching the gospel over there. And so by request, you know, 4 or 5 times, I've just kind of let it go and briefly said, not, you know, I think it's time, you know, 4 or 5 people want that over there. So I don't know, guys. I don't know how long it'll take to get up to 1,000 followers, but I think, yeah, I don't even care about any of that. It doesn't, none of that matters. I already been on the platform, but I appreciate it, David. I'm not, okay, that's where I seen you from, Medusa. Okay, you are a TikTok follower. That's where I thought I remember that name. So here we go, guys. Another person, guys, and I don't mean to go there. It's not like they just don't want the gospel, guys. They're hungry for it over there. You know, it's not being taught. So All blessings. It was very edifying day to church with Sister Lynn. She's one of my original followers from the TikTok platform. Sister Lynn and Sister Diana are the ones that gave me that Noah coin that got taken from out here. And man, I sure appreciate it. It was good to talk with her today. And I've been friends with her on Facebook and have friends from over there. I don't do a whole lot of Facebook friends from this or others, but one of the few people that I did friend, and I've known her for years now. So we churched today, and she was kind of the final straw. She's like, Tracy, we want you over there, please. She actually put out a video on her channel. Please follow Tracy. She's trying to do some kind of follow chain or something. I don't know what that is, but she said, you don't follow everybody, Tracy, but start following the people back, and I'll send people to you or something like that. But I heard you can even buy followers on TikTok, guys. You could buy followers. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that was even a thing, but somebody's like, yeah, you can just buy those 1,000 followers you're trying to get, Tracy. $20 or something. You can go online. They'll put the five, you'll get your 1,000 followers. They got ways to do it. And they can even got advocates that work for you now and all this other weird stuff they got. I don't know. TikTok's nuts, guys. That platform is crazy. I don't really like it, but if the people want it, if the people want it over there, guys, I'm going to put in the effort, and that's why I'm taking the pause for the cause here to let you guys know. Can you buy followers on YouTube? Here's why I didn't know you could do that. So, yeah, weird. I didn't even know that was a possibility. No, Tango, go lay down over there. You're not coming through here. Go lay down over there. So I don't know. I do that. I don't know if anybody can suggest. I'll do that. I don't care. Whatever. I don't know how much it costs. I don't care. It don't matter to me. Whatever gets on the live stream, $20, whatever, I'll figure it out. So, yeah, and that don't work. I already tried that, David Olson. So it don't matter how they get there to me. I don't care how it works. I don't care. I just would like to find a reputable place to do it. I've always tried. I did it organically, but multiple times. Didn't have to do that. But somebody told me, hey, Tracy, all that effort you're putting, you can find places to buy, followers. I'm like, really? I'm like, that can't be legit. They're like, no, I'm serious. It's like there are places that have, ways, and you can buy 20,000 followers if you want. If you'll pay for it, they'll sell you all the followers you want. But I don't need any more 1,000 followers. I'm not trying to become popular and big. And I guess that's why people do that. You can buy your fame, I guess. I ain't trying to be famous. I'm trying to get the platform up and going. And even if it costs me some money, I'll do it for the ministry. It is what it is. So, no, that's not a word. That's not true, David Olson. Negatory. I already done that. That's not true. It worked for the first channel, but not for the second, the Predestined for Light channel. It was up for months, and I sat there and put tons of content on that video. I put tons of content out, nothing, even channel videos, nothing popped on it. But anyways, I was looking, if any of you guys know, no, that's Twitter, Lady in Red. TikTok is, I've seen followers for sale on the dark web, but don't know anyone who uses them. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, guys, but whatever. Like I said, I don't think that's cheating or anything like that. Whatever, it don't matter. I ain't trying to buy fame. I'm trying to buy enough. I would buy enough followers to get the live stream up and going so that we can teach the gospel. That's what it needs to be done for, so that the gospel could be taught. So, all right, we'll leave the old TikTok platform thing alone, guys, but I wanted to make a mention of it. I appreciate you. It's his Twitter by Elon Musk. Yeah. So, kind of a weird day today. I did some work. I put some videos up over there, did some work outside. Yesterday was so windy. I couldn't even work outside. It was so bad. Hoping to get some more work done tomorrow on this shelter. And, once again, guys, once I think they have this shelter completed, I think I'll have a much better chance at getting out of here. Was Elon the group? Yeah. Yeah. You guys, Elon Musk is a He's a plant. He's a plant. He's nothing. He's just some. I trust that musky stink rat as far as I can throw him, and he's Mr. EpiPen Island boy with Mr. Thump. So, Mr. Thump, they're buddies. They're island boys like Joe. So don't ever trust Mr. Stinky Muskrat. So, guys, my food's heated up. Give me a minute. I'm gonna eat some food over here. Take a pause for the cause, and I'll be back here in 4 or 5 minutes. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna turn the stream off. But if anybody knows you want to take a look at a legit place to buy TikTok followers, I'll look into it. I just don't know. I don't know. I've never done it. That, like I said, last time in 3 or 4 months, the channel went from that to 20,000 followers. Just like this channel over here went up from 300 to 17,300 in 3 months. So, no, Elon Musk, I don't like that guy at all. Like I said, he's hanging out with Sean Puff Diddy. Okay, he's Puff Diddy. Now we're just for him as Puff the Magic Dragon, right? Mr. Diddy, Mr. Puff. You start to go back and you look at all those people that are hanging around that guy, and all of them had their head hung when they were hanging around him. Hey, what's up? And they're all like, oh, crap. You know what they made? That guy is freaking sick, dude. He's Trump's best buddy, so you know. Mr. Diddy and Mr. Trump are two peas to the same podophile. Yes, they are. They are 2 peas to the same podophile. Mr. Trump, Mr. Diddy, they've been to the parties. Oh, yes, he has. Don't you ever forget that Mr. Donald John, he's an island boy, too. Yes, he is. His phone's been pinged to the island, brothers and sisters. Don't ever forget that Donald John McPhallick, Mr. Moneybags, Miss 58-story tower's phone was pinged from his tower to the island and back. He was there. I wonder how rich you'd have to have your name blotted out of that black book. Probably pretty wealthy, huh? Yeah, I imagine you have to have billions of dollars, huh? Millions or billions of dollars, huh? Guys, they're turning on themselves. If you notice, we got to be getting much closer to this, this beginning of this major waves of intensity. Because if you look right now, the rich are eating themselves. This is their exit, brothers and sisters. This is their exit from the main stage. I talked about this with my son, with multiple people, and I've talked about this before. I said, you'll know it's happening when you see famous people leaving the industry. I don't care how they do it. Kobe Bryant checked out a long time ago. Kobe Bryant, he checked out. He's hanging out with Elvis and Michael Jackson, okay? Yep. And Tupac. Oh, hey, you guys seen that guy on here? He's here on YouTube. He does the satire channel. Yeah, I know it's already cooling off. I went over there. I'm like, oh, darn, it's already starting. This wasn't hot, but I went over there. You guys are doing the satire channel. He does the blink. It's only for satire, and he does the face reveals. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah, they've been showing that on those things. Tyson's like, I don't think so. He put his hand out of the way. He moved out of the way. He's like, no, dude, I don't think so. No way. Yeah, oh yeah, that was, but you guys, this is what I was talking about. I told my son this. I said, son, this is how you'll see him exit the stage. When you see famous people leaving in mass, son, we're real close. That's when we're going to be, how it'll work. I said, basically how it'll work. I said, it'll go like this, son. It's like, we'll be, because I told my son, all right, we're headed towards this cliff. We're coming. Even before we'd ever come to this cliff. Then I told him we're going to go off the cliff like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. And I said, we're going to sit out there. Remember that the feet when they were running and you just sit out there? right? I said, that's when you're knowing. That's when you're going to see those. When we're doing that like this, that's when everybody will exit. I said, that's when they're doing this, son. When they're going like this, they're running out because they're already off the cliff. We're already off the cliff. There's no going back. You can't go turn around. Remember the Wile E. Coyote? You can't turn around. You're already out there, but you're still running. You haven't floated. That's where we're at right now, brothers and sisters. That's what I told my son. When you see this, that's when they're exiting the world stage. They'll make up deaths. They'll make up arrests. They'll make up indictments. They'll make up all kinds of things to get out of the public light. I said, that's when we'll know it's happening, son, because you'll see the elite and the rich exit from the world stage. He's like, oh, listen. Here we go, brothers and sisters. They're eating themselves. This is what this is all about. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. This is how they're going to exit the stage, brothers and sisters. This is how they do it. Kobe Bryant already left a long time ago. Remember, some of them, Michael Jackson already checked out. Tupac already checked out. So I don't know if you guys seen that guy on here on the YouTube channel. He does a satire channel. And he does a lot of good work. He's got a pretty big following right now here. You guys know what I'm talking about? He always does the satire. He's like, that's for satire, because a lot of these channels now, I guess that's how you get away with saying things without, saying it, and beats the algorithm. Because you're like, well, this is just a satire channel. You guys know what I'm talking about? He does a lot of videos, guys. He pops up on my shorts. Richie the Barber. Juice WRLD, yeah. Did you see Juice WRLD on the last one they put out on Trump? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Diddy, our current sitting president, likes to sniff. Trump loves to touch. Yeah, well, Trump loves to touch too. He's a sniffer too. Don't you ever forget, Trump is just as creepy as Joe. Trump and they're both creepy. They're two pedophiles to the same pedophile. Hopefully that was safe for the algorithm. So, does anybody know who I'm talking about? Because I want you to see that channel. He talks about, he does a satire channel, and he always talks about how these actors or somebody else, or he just did one on Tupac the other day. And all these people are somebody else, guys. I cannot believe that we don't see this more often. A lot of these people leave the stage and become a completely different person. But this guy goes back and he's like, see these 3 moles that they had right there? I don't know the name of the channel, but he always pops up on my shorts, and he does videos he does a face reveal like this. He'll go, it's a satire channel. He calls it a satire channel. It's all for satire. He'll say, well, this is this person, but we all know it's really this person, and this is just them saying it. He always does that. He's a really good blogger. He's come up pretty recently. I think he quit his job. He's really good. You guys don't know what I'm talking about? He's not popping on your feed? He does a satire channel. He calls it a satire channel. This is a satire channel. But anyways, you might try to find that guy. I wish when he pops up, I'll remember it next time. But he does a lot of these facial where he puts the screen. He puts the split screen like this, guys. He puts a split screen, and he'll show you. This is this actor. Look, it's got the same... it's all lines up. Man, there might be a little difference because some get a little nip tuck or an eye, but then he'll go, look, see these 3 birthmarks right here? See this little ear thing they got over here? See this? And he zooms in and he goes, see, that's that same person. Just like Tupac. Tupac is a different person. He does a lot of them, guys. Like some of them too, like guys become girls, guys. Seriously, like some of your actors like Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus, they're like completely other people. They're like a whole different genre of person. They got living a double life, guys. Literally a double life. So I believe what I'm getting at too, because I think this is a good way for them to make their exit. They all have doppelgangers. Remember, they got a doppelganger. so they can put their doppelganger up on stage, or if you want, and make their exit. I don't think you guys might not be picking up on what I'm putting down here, but this is obviously something that has been going on for a while. You know what I'm saying? Right. They have just little features, you know what I'm saying? Also just a little bit to change them. You'll see that on some of these sat on this thing where he puts it, but it's so freaking close that you can't be. Some of our noses and stuff are just shaped, you know. You couldn't put another nose on me. My nose is just my nose. I have my dad's nose. You guys never seen that, but that is my, I don't think I've ever shown you that up person, but that's my dad. I mean, some people told me, I remember when I was getting this tattoo, like, when are you getting a picture of yourself? But, oh, come on. That's my dad. I have my dad's nose. Come on, light. Well, that's a 20, 30-year-old portrait. 30 years old, something like that. I see it shine a little light on it. See that? Come on, light. There we go. But that was my father. He died when he was 37, or my dad. He died when he was 37 years old. But he looks a little bit like me, eh? So, anyways, yeah, we got the same mustache. So, but yeah, that's my dad. So, he was an actor, guys. You've seen him on television. You just don't know. He played in many, multiple movies and he was on all my family's in the movie industry. My aunt was an actress. My grandmother, runner-up for Miss America, actress, all that blah, 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 blah. I don't give a Jimmy crack horn. I don't care about fame. I care about being a wandering Jew in the desert. So, anyways, back to the message here, guys. Hypnotized class of the elite. These people are eating themselves, guys. That's what's going on here. The rich eat themselves. You know what I'm saying? And you're seeing that right now. And I knew this was going to happen, guys. They're just going to start eating themselves. So I think what we're about ready to see is just the tip of the spear of what we're about to see. I think over the next 6 months, you're going to see people arrested, indicted. I mean, making their exits, guys. I'm not stupid, guys. I've been around this rock for millions of years, guys. I don't care what you think about me. Nothing you can say can shake me. I am millions of years old, okay? I am old as the hills and twice as dusty. Yes, I am. So I've been around. This ain't my first rodeo, and I know the way these people work. So, people are scared that their secrets will come out. See, that's what I'm saying. They do that. Guys, they do this to these elite, like, you know, they'll send over strippers, you know what I'm saying, over to these senators' houses, and they'll sleep with them, and then they got dirt on them, and they're like, oh, you did this, we'll tell your wife. You know, they invite them to these parties and do these. There's some sick individuals, guys. I mean, these people do some panda bear kids, panda give them black eyes from having. It's pretty bad, guys, what's going on. That's why that's why I push so hard. I don't care if I lose my life over this. You know, this whole, you know, Pizzagate, all this Billary, everybody's just forgotten the whole underground, drink the Kool-Aid. He's going to have all these people, or nothing ever happened to that. They just, we'll just forget about that. Like, we're going to build the greatest wall ever. Well, we can't get papaya and avocados and, let's stop talking about the wall. You guys remember all that crap? Remember all this wall talk? Hey, we can't get that stuff from Mexico. Let's stop talking about that. Overnight, they stopped talking about the wall. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's crazy. All right, let me get, I'm probably going to have to heat this darn food up again for a second. Give me a minute. You guys want to go outside, puppers? One more time for the night. You guys are good boys. Good boys. What are they barking at? That's starting to cool off in here. I'm going to have to put the sweatshirt back on. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Oh. I got a message. I'm going to check this message. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Everything everyone says is on notice. It doesn't matter. No, that's not true, David. There's trees right up against the edge of this. I don't know if you're talking about out here. So I'm right on the edge of the tree line. I'm going to be chopping wood in 15 minutes. Actually, I had some really good ground beef that came from the local place up here. And I put eggs, because I got some farm raised eggs, and I put eggs and cheese and chives and pepper and beef bouillon, and I made like a kind of like a meatloaf, but not meatloaf because it had the egg in it. Really good with those chives in there and the egg, farm fresh eggs. And I made it and I cooked it in a pan and let it. A little bit of garlic salt too, just a little bit of Lowry's garlic salt. Man, it turned out really good. So I put egg and meat, done that before with like not a lot because it'll separate in, like when you do obviously you do meatloaf. You don't put too much, it'll start coming apart on you. Won't stay together, but it's a good binder. Yeah. Anyways, I love making different kinds of meatloaf, not just the ketchup style. So, all right, give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna Take some of my meds here. I'm gonna give it back here. My back is kind of an odd day. Ooh. Man, oh man. I got my damn throat. Ain't even got no meds in me, I gotta worry. You guys being good? Good boy. It's down there long, puppy dogs. It's down there very long. It's down there long. No, Mama, your babies are sleeping. Go out there and hunt some mice. Blue. What? Where did it go? Oh, there's it. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. I had too much food. Too much food. Too much. You got too much. Not too much. Whoa. I'm like, whoa. All right, be back to you guys in a minute. Almost done here. Gotta clean up this kitchen here. Made a mess. I got no housewife. That's not a thing. That's a full-time job. What is this? No, girl. You need to go out there and hunt their sleep, and you'll wake them back up. Let them sleep. You played with them all day long outside. All right, we got the kitchen cleaned up. I'm off the grid, so gotta make sure we keep up after myself here. Like I said, I don't have no old lady to help me with the dishes. So I got to be the old lady and the old man out here. So, all right, let's let's switch it up and talk preparedness for a little bit here. What time we got? All right, we'll go to midnight. Then I better shut this bad boy down, and you know I got things to do out here tomorrow. So. How much you want to bet that a bag of rice like this might very soon cost you $30, $20, $20 bill. I got $20 bill. Anybody 21? Any $20 bill? Anybody 21? Any 22 and a half? I got 22 and a half. Anybody 25? 25 to 7 and a half. I get 7 and a half. Anybody 5? It's 7 and a half. Anybody 5? I got 7 and a half. Anybody 10? I got $30 bill. Anybody 1? Y'all in 31 out 2, 3 and a half. Anybody 5? 35 now. This could go up to. A bag of this stuff, guys, could get very expensive. Just a bag of rice. Just a bag of rice. I really think you might want to get your food preps in order now before food gets more expensive. I think we're going to see deflation in some things, but I think your quality is going to go down. If they produce food at a cheaper rate, it's only because the quality. You might be able to get things out of late, but you're not going to get the quality that you're getting now. And the quality of a lot of things isn't even very good right now. So it's pretty amazing that a bag of rice like this might bring a $20 or $50 bill. Doesn't even seem possible. You can go buy a big old huge bag, you know, a big old huge bag of rice right now for $20 or $30. So you might want to think before this bag turns into a $20 bill. You know, yeah, no, if you go watch David on Adapt 2030, the harvest this year, guys, all the grow zones have been hit this year. David's not a fool, man. That man does a lot of research. Adapt 2030. He's probably one of the best channels right now on the internet that talks about food. David's channel is he was a coffee farmer, guys. David Adapt 2030. He bought and sold coffee out of Myanmar, and I didn't say that very good, didn't I? Myanmar, and he was There we go. Thank you, Kevin, for a 20-pound bag. And what is this, like 2 pounds, a bag of rice or something? You know, I don't, 2 pounds, yeah, right? Yeah, so how much you want to bet this won't be too much longer for it'll cost you $20 for this same bag, guys. You know, some of this stuff is it's unbelievable what the cost of food is gonna it's gonna skyrocket, guys. The grow zones again at Adapt 2030. If you listen to him, he's been talking about all these are the grow zones. 21. Okay, cool. And first is in about 5-gallon buckets. Yep. Guys, it's here. It's already, food is already expensive. I don't know why people sit there and wait on the food deal. I mean, food is just, we all got to eat food. So I want to talk about these preparedness food companies. Okay, too. A lot of these companies, guys, have a massive amount of filler. You could create your own long-term food buckets, so to speak, by taking something like this and putting it in a Mylar bag within an oxygen absorber, and that rice will last you 20 years. 20 years. Okay? 20 years. You don't need to go buy all these. A lot of these preparedness companies, My Trade, Patriot Supply, all these, it's a bunch of fillers, soups, potatoes, dry, but you can buy all that stuff in bulk and make your own. What you're after in long-term food storage is protein. And so that you might want to go see Nate. Tango, stop licking the couch. What's something on there? I think it must have spilled something on the couch over there, or the dog did or something. What are you doing? But again, brothers and sisters, we're looking at probably a large increase, you know, in these costs. And so you're going to get what you pay for a lot of the times. That's why you might go over there and see somebody like Canadian Prepper and look at his product, because he doesn't carry it unless it's worth carrying. I'm not kidding. The guy's reputation is on the line. Nate is a really good, he didn't have the channel called Canadian Prepper for nothing, but the guy is an absolute brilliant mind. And although he doesn't have a denomination, I think he might be agnostic. I'm not sure what he is, but he's a good man, and you know him by his fruit. But he does have amazing products now where you can purchase these. I like the company that he carries. It's like I forget what the name of his company is. Whatever, they're like, you know, 1849 meats. We want you to buy our meat, and we want you to eat it now, so you'll buy more. You know, they're not one of these places, brothers and sisters, like a lot of these places are hoping that you'll buy these long-term food buckets and you never eat them. They just sit in your thing and you feel good about it, and you know, and you got something, and that's fine. But I'm telling you, don't waste your money on these companies. You can make your own preparedness buckets, and then if you're smart, I couldn't believe too much sodium and glucose to preserve, and it's so cheap to use. Okay, cool. Thank you, Dave. Another thing that's really bad with a lot of these preparedness company guys is the food quality is not the greatest. Okay, that's why, again, Canadian Prepper has really high quality products. I know that one company, they sell, you know, we don't sell you beef crumbles, GMO jab food, and the jab, and you know, the guy that does the voiceover for it or something. Can't remember his script. I probably could do a pretty good script if I read one. But anyways, they're like, we want you to buy our meat and eat it now, and have some for 10 years from now. You know, they're not just trying to sell you something you're going to stick in your in your closet and not eat, because that's another thing you should be doing, is rotating your stock if you have a lot of stock. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so look, I want to play a little scenario with you guys. If we can play a little game here, go along with me, okay? We'll play a little scenario, like a 5D game of chess. It's just called game theory. Let's say you don't want to sit there when things break down, and like I have enough food for, I have so much food. It's horrible. I have way too much food, but I planned on having a lot of people around me at this time, not being here by myself. So, but all my food is preserved, or most all of my food is done preserved for long-term food storage. So it can last 10, 20, 30 years. So I've been doing this for decades and trying to get people ready, because preparedness is a lifestyle. You just do it for a long. I've been preparing for a long time. I've been preparing to die more than anything. I spend more time preparing to die. I think about my death and my afterlife insurance. This is all this is you put something up for a rainy day. And you know, grandma and grandpa would have told you you were nuts if you didn't have a pantry full of food. You remember grandma and grandpa, they had a big old pantry full of all kinds of canned food. Remember all that? That's all gone. Remember that freezer? There's food right there at the grocery store. The dollar menu took that away, brothers and sisters. The old dollar menu got us, huh? They kept that for a while, and then they're like, now it's the $5 menu. Now it's $18.99 for a Big Mac. Oh, they're pulling those back a little bit now too, aren't they? So, anyways, brothers and sisters, you know, this food is very important. If you pay attention, let's play a little game scenario. Most of these people plan on just shooting everybody to protect their food. You ever thought what that might be like? Let's say you did make it to your bug out and you had to shoot 5 or 6 people to get there. So you already got that on your mind. Or maybe you're somewhere where you're at, you know, like myself, where you're way out. Does anyone know what to eat with rice to make a protein? Well, it has a lot of protein in it. That's the reason a lot of people eat rice, David, because protein really does have quite a bit of protein in it for pound, believe it or not. And there is protein in rice. What does this have? If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I just misquoted that. Is there any in this? Maybe that's not what I'm talking about as protein. What did I just say here? Yeah, see, there's 3 grams of protein, and you can get higher, but there is 3 grams of protein, and those are, I mean, people lived off rice and fish. Obviously, the Asians ate, you know, just rice and fish and lived for hundreds of years. Well, 100, you know, plus years, but it does have 3 grams of protein in it. So that's a good lard, fats. They used to live off fats alone. Seriously, fat. Beans too, but obviously beans. I figure everybody knew that one. But you would add some lard. You guys, there's another thing too. You're going to want to stock up on lard. And another thing that I want you to come up to, please remember this. Don't space this off, Tracy. Hold on. Okay, guys, listen. It's coming up this time of year. There's a certain time of year where you can only get this. It's very hard to get it. It's because these stupid holidays. And it's just like that. They have goose lard, a goose lard that you can only buy during these pagan Christmas time. It's very hard to find. Sometimes you can find this at the Asian, you know, stores. And that's this time of year because it's coming up, these pagan holidays. So if you never bought that, that's another way you're going to be able to store protein, is by having fat. Goose fat or goose lard is sold this time of year. You won't find it the rest of the year, but they will stock it this time of year. So go out and get some of that, because it doesn't come out but once a year normally, unless you're going to go, like I said, to I gotta get a nap. Also, my nose wants to run or something. So look for that. Look for that, brothers and sisters. It has a limited time that it comes out. Sure, heck yeah. I imagine I never would do that. I've never done that, David, but I can't imagine why it wouldn't. That might give that just depending, you know, like on a chicken tamale, it would be. Cool. So hopefully this is making sense for you guys too. That is a way to store protein. You can go buy some of this natural protein whey. Just make sure you get away from, because there's a lot of those fillers in it too, guys. And some of the stuff, really look at your stuff. But that is another way to stack protein, is buying get that pagan out of here. Remember, we know how pagan you are by your Nimrod phallic trees. You're double phallics, like twin towers over there with your Ishtar goddess. So we don't like your tree worship there. We don't do grove, Bill and the grove worship. So anyways, brothers and sisters, there you go. Why do you think rice and beans on the side? But anyways, brothers and sisters, you got to look for, like I said, some of these things are ways to stack protein, because protein is very important. You do need your vitamins, you do need your minerals, you do need, but protein is very important, that you keep your protein levels up as high, because when your proteins, you're not going to produce anything. So if you go back to buying these cheap buckets of crap that don't have very high protein content, when you need that stuff, you're not going to perform well. If you don't have high protein dense food, you're not. I'm a veteran. I've had my body pushed to extreme levels, and I try ruck marching 20 miles with a 110-pound rucksack and snowshoes. Not uphill both ways, but yeah, you can put your body, your body needs to have high protein. If you want to perform well, you need a lot of protein in your body. Okay, just so you know, very important. But another way too is to, again, you can store things like whey and some of these protein powders, but you just got to be very careful about which products you're buying, because a lot of them got a lot of crap in it. But you can find good product, good whey, good protein. People do care about their body. Muscle builders who do care ain't just trying to get ripped to look, get the ladies or whatever. There's trying to, they don't, overdo it. They just want to be naturally without using a steroid, and they want a good diet. So they know a lot about nutrition. Some of these meatheads, they don't care. They just want to get ripped and, not, well, roided out naturally, if you will, so to speak. So all these fillers, but there is ways to get those too. So that's another great way to stack a lot of protein into, and I would try to get away, if you're thinking about it, if you're going to try to add it later, maybe if you're not going to, maybe even try to add it to a meal, try to get something too that's not flavored. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about, lard and fat and whey. And we were talking with lard. Goose fat is this time of year during these Pegmas ritual holidays. It's the only time of year you can generally find goose fat in this time of year. It's not easy to locate. I forget who carries it. It's been some years since I don't even have any right now. I should get some, like a chipmunk. I'm always trying to, put up extra things, but that's a good way to store a lot of protein. Fats are very important in our brain. The NC, all that, like coconut oils, or the MC13 has a very similar effect with the fatty acids to where brains work. We can live off a diet of not eating fat. It can be done, but it's very hard to find that natural protein source to get a balanced diet. I mean, you got to be rich or grow all your own food and have all the, it's almost near a possibility. There's a reason why God put us under this covenant that, people think, they're special because they don't eat meat or something. God wants us to eat meat. It's not something that, if somebody doesn't want to eat meat, smoking weed is not essential. That's why would you smoke weeds? Don't smoke weeds, guys. God made cannabis, but I don't know. I don't smoke no weeds. Silly rabbit. God made medicine, and if you use it medicinally, otherwise you're just made it turn into what it is, a drug now. They made it, you're not smoking, you're smoking auto flower. I know I'm a medicinal cannabis grower, and you're smoking something else now. All your glycols and all your, space rocks and all of that. I know I voted against legislation to legalize it recreationally because it's abused that way, and they've lost the medicinal purpose of what the plant was supposed to do to begin with. So, and what always has done since time immemorial. So, don't like when people use the slang words of it. It's medicine, it's cannabis. So when used properly, it stops children from seizing out and having grand mal seizure, like somebody beating them with, a sock with a piece of soap in it. A couple of guys just beat the crap out of them, So sucks what they've done to God's medicine, all things in moderation, brothers, sisters. So unfortunately, it's why this kid, I was actually talking to somebody today about it. I don't personally use, but they've made legislation for psilocybins, and it's not my thing. I don't use that. It's not, but people like myself, veterans, had massive, people that have been nearly bent over and just don't even talk to anybody and babble. And it brought people out of, and have full conversations again. And people who have had high depression and PTSD, and I'm not talking about large amounts, like microdosing, using it as a medicinal purpose. So I really wish people would just get out of their medicine cabinet, meth, their Adderalls, and their, bunch of Mexican Americans in their Mexican cabinet or whatever. And that's okay, but they're going to point fingers at people for using homeopathic natural things that don't give you the side effects of all these big farm guy, because he's going to farm you out to the pharmacy, right? And all the script, they're going by their script. Those two snakes up a pole, they're just not there to keep you better. Like a nutritional doctor will, if anybody's old enough, you know what I'm saying? You remember your doctor used to sit down and can tell you how to try to keep you healthy and talk to you anymore. And they don't do that anymore. It's just sitting in the waiting room for a couple hours. Your doctor's in there a minute, does this little thing, and then farms you out to somebody else or something. It's not the same. They used to come to your home. I mean, I'm not that old, but they used to come to your home. I mean, they still do. But that's not the natural, way. Anymore. So rabbit starvation is a thing. Humans cannot live on solely protein. Absolutely. We said that. You have to have a balanced diet. You have to have all the minerals. You have to have the vitamins. You better be getting out and getting sun. And so, don't just eat rabbit. You better find something else to go to the lake and trap and fish, and set a fall trap, eat a freaking something, get something other than rabbit. Because, they're lean. Want to have chickens and rabbits, and you'd be just fine. So don't just eat rabbits, but they do produce 10 rabbits, 3 does, and 7 bucks will produce the same amount of meat as a cow, brothers and sisters. How about that for them apples and rabbits and lions and tigers and bears? Oh my. Did you hear that? 10 rabbits will produce as much as yearly. You can start with $3 or $7 and 3 does and have as much meat as a cow. And rabbits won't knock you over, but they lack the protein, like what was said. So you better have some chicken eggs or something to supplement, because they don't have no fat on them, so. Good, silly rabbit tricks for kids. Yeah, tricks. What was the original shape of tricks? They were round. What the heck is with these shapes of tricks now? They're all weird shaped. Why are they shaped like that? I don't eat cereal. Who eats cereal? Stop eating cereal. Do not eat cereal anymore. You better not be eating cereal. Who has a microwave? You better throw your microwave away. You better throw that microwave away. I threw my microwave away in 1990. If you eat out, you're eating microwave food. I've worked in a 5-star restaurant. I've managed a 5-star restaurant. They got microwaves. You better not eat out. Oh, you've been chipped. You inspect everything you eat. They say 90% of the population's already been chipped. Micro, nanotech. Like Doritos, brothers, sisters. Don't freak out. You don't eat Doritos, do you? Who still eats chips? A little bit's all right, moderation, but man, don't eat chips if you can help it. Protein's very important. Absolutely. I'm a vet. We need to have protein. When you're putting your body and stretching it and ripping it and tearing it and building muscle, then you need protein. Yeah, don't feed your kids children that cat. Why do people think it's a good thing to take their? They go, oh, we took the grandkids to McDonald's to have chicken nuggets and fries. What, do you just hate your grandchildren? Yes, eggs are great. Chickens are a great source of protein, brothers and sisters. I out here have raised chickens and rabbits, goats, sheep, hogs. Never raised any cows because it's just here by myself. So what am I going to do with a whole cow? Come on now. You guys hear those coyotes? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This tech is already in us. Whatever they wanted to insert us with, they spray the hell out of all the skies. Remember? No, that's aerosolic radiation management, Tracy. I think they're spraying us with so much aluminium. It's aluminum foil, not tin foil. You tin foil, you aluminum foil hat wearing. So we're the O generation. So let's play this little game theory again, guys, with the whole food. Little 5D chess, if you will. Game theory. You know what that means? Okay, let's try to think about this. Now, if you had enough food and you had enough people, this takes people to do this. And imagine if the whole world, if you will, goes under some, emergency authorization use act, some national martial laws declared state by state. So, but if we go under some, warp speed at full speed for real, like blue helmets or something, or maybe we're not quite there yet, and like I said, the things are breaking down in society as you see them breaking down. The infrastructure's crumbling, it's here in America, right? We see that already. Dams breaking, bridges cracking, water going around, the infrastructure again. At David Adapt 2030 said it's not holding. There's massive flooding on 4 continents right now. We're just getting started in here. Let's get it started in here. So, game theory. Everybody's idea. I'm going to run out in the middle of nowhere and I'm going to get 4 or 5 guys and we're going to protect this den. We're all going to die for the cause and dirt. And why is my nose so itching right now? Oh, today's I felt all weird. I don't know about you guys. I've been feeling off today, man. I just can't seem to get my mojo rolling. So, anyways, to your shoveling. Yep. Water glass your eggs. You can use lime. There's lots of ways. If you don't own this book, brothers and sisters, right here, you might want to get The Lost Ways. This is a great book. Lost Ways. You got that one? Some of us do. Like, oh yeah, I do. So, that's a good book to have. So, well, let's go back to the whole, because people kind of think it's going to be more like a Mad Max kind of scenario, brothers and sisters. Really, and it ain't going to be like that. It's not going to be nearly that hard. But let's say there's a breakdown in society, if you will. right? Watch it. Get back, puppy. I still want to make a mad back. You can still do that. You can go for it. Make your old, this is it, the apocalypse. Get your prison bus. I had my prison bus, but I sold it because I got out. So let's just say society breaks down, guys. And so these people think, these idiots think they're going to go and, 4 or 5 people are going to go out there and protect their stuff, right? This is our stuff and you can't have it. We'll shoot anybody. And guys are going to shoot people outside of their walls, correct? They're going to shoot people outside of their walls, and if they're not a vet or if they never had no experience or whatever, life experience or whatever, not very many people have had to deal with a dead body, been around a dead body, or even understand what, very people live sheltered lives. That's okay. That's not there. Some people, they deal with a lot of death. So it just depends on, maybe your background, what you've done, but anyway, let's be real. I don't know how many people dealt with the dead body. There's decay and there's, bodies start falling apart. You try to tug a body, it just start coming apart on you. But depending on how long it's sitting there, elements. And so anyways, brothers, sisters, the whole idea, no, you shot him. You're the one who shot him. You go pick him up, Oh my God, it's starting to stink. What are we going to do? Well, thank you, lady, for some kind of real, so there got to be a lot of infighting, guys. People are not going to, if you ain't dealt with this before, this is not freaking an easy scenario to deal with. And that's stupid, if you ask me, to sit there and, but it's going to happen. People think I've told people in this town that I live in, brothers, sisters, that although this is a great town for people coming out here, you want to come somewhere you could be left alone. I mean, we have some corrupt law out here or whatever, but most people come out here, guys, they won't come into town for 2 or 3 years. You won't see people in town. Years will go by. They still live in this valley, but you won't see them because they don't come into town. They just don't associate. They want to be left alone out here. I told you, this is that go around and find out kind of town. Actually, that town and that song ain't got nothing on this town. You drive down the wrong driveway, they will shoot at you because the cops don't do anything. And they know that. People know that in this town. Cops don't want to get involved. They're corrupt. They're doing their own illegal nonsense, messing with people like me who got their attention, right? But either way, brothers, sisters, the whole the whole idea, what I'm saying here is this town, a lot of people come out here to be left alone. But when people are hungry, brothers and sisters, when people are hungry, you got to think of this too. But when people are hungry, a lot of those people are going to get run over real quick. The first people who will band up, because I don't know any kind of, if you ever have any kind of military combat wars, whatever, understand history, that when people get hungry, it don't take much people for to like, hey, you hungry? Let's go get this stuff. They'll knuckle up and they'll band together real quick. Gangs will form almost instantaneously. You understand, brothers and sisters? Almost instantaneously. They will grow in numbers very fast. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. It's called mob mentality. Yes, it does. It happens very fast. So they'll go out, and even a lot of these country towns, and they were going to run over small people. They will. If you have a plan, though, let's hope it doesn't get that bad. Okay, let's say it doesn't get that bad, because I don't think it will get that Mad Max-ish. I'm going to tell you right now, I hope I'm wrong, but if you think you're getting out of the city, you're already, the gate is already shut. The gate is already shut, brothers, sisters. You're not getting out of the cities. You're not getting out of the cities. No, you're not. Oh, what are you going to do? Kill 12 people to come to me? Remember what we got out here in the country? We got backhoes and scopes, remember? Backhoes and scopes. All these city folk, they gonna come out to where I live. Remember I said this, look around and kind of find out kind of town. So brothers and sisters, many of the people think they're going to get out of these cities, and they're not. They're going to be stuck there. So I tell people, you better make a plan to bug in. Like you ain't getting out of there. They're going to happen. Even if they have their whole place set up somewhere, they probably won't make it out of the city. I think the cities would be very controlled. You know what I'm saying? And it won't be as hard out, because he said narrow is the way, correct? Broad is the way. Notice all these big cities, right? They got a main street, Manhattan, New York, Broadway. He said broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, and that's the one that leads to hell. So go ahead and stay in your cities. Don't listen to Christ. He said, for narrow is the way. You notice we got little narrow roads out here in the country. You guys got them big Broadway, them 6, 7, 8 capital. God hates capitalism. God hates cities. You don't think he does? You think God likes cities? Babylon, hello. He don't like you to rise above or shine above. He said you're light, but that's not. Capitalism is an apostasy. So, brothers, sisters, you're not getting out of the cities. I'm a prior law enforcement. I used to do, military police. Our first ones in the battle, last ones to leave, just so you know. Seriously, from the Cav Scouts, Marines, Forward Assist, military intelligence to POWs, first ones in the battle and the last ones to leave. I understand war more than most people do understand it. Most heavily armed 4-man team in the military is the military police. But there's 9 field missions. There's more field missions as a military police than any other military skill identifier. A major portion is traffic control, moving high-ranking dignitaries through high, dense, ambush type. This is war, brothers, sisters. So I know traffic control. I did that. That's a part of what I did as a law enforcement. I was a military police, obviously, and did that and had garrison duties, understanding traffic control on both sides of a war or outside. A defile is to pull somebody out of traffic, not that hard, and be able to continue it moving traffic, pull them out. These are these roadside. A lot of this has been set up. I've been to a lot of these cities. There's gates on everything. All this system set up right under your noses. You don't even know what's going on, but it's all in play for that day that, how long do you think it took them to do Blind 11 and plan that event? So you're not getting out of the cities. What I want you to make a plan now, if you live in the city, is either go now or make a plan to bug in. Bug in, you ever heard that term? You heard bug out. I'm going to bug out. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going to be cattle pinned in Hotel California, 15-minute city. Yeah, Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. You might, the old Broadway. Remember he said broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, which leads to hell. Go ahead and stay in your city. Enjoy your panopticon electric. I'm telling you, I see those things burning to the ground. There's just too many electrical, too many appliances, too much interference. If that whole thing could go up and just the way we have this whole system set up, it's all smart metered, everything communicates it. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most dangerous places you can be right now, is in a city. I mean, it's ridiculous, the crime and all these newcomers. Can't call them migrants anymore. Can't call them immigrants. And they used to call them illegal aliens, and most assimilated just fine. But the ones that are coming in now, whole different story. Fighting age. But let's get back to we got to deal with them too. Remember? That's a whole different gameplay we should put in the scenario, guys. Because my idea was that, eventually if you didn't just try to shoot everybody, you didn't try to whack everybody you saw, maybe you could build back a community. And instead of just trying to cover your 6 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 people, if you did have enough people and you could set up some kind of, I've done this. I've been a prisoner of war. I've done this. If you can intake people, you can start people on things like rice. When they come in, oh man, that guy's looking diabetic. Somebody throw him, a jar of peanut butter and a spoon, and feed these people, brothers, sisters. Have abundance. And instead of sitting there just trying to protect all your crap, build back a community with what's available. You take people in and you try to probation them through like a wall type system where, yeah, they start out eating rice, and by the time they are in through the walls, they'd be eating, the meat, the protein, the stuff that's inside. But just so you know, a little hint, rice goes a long way, but just one thing of tomato bouillon turns that into Spanish rice. Whoa, the next day, a little beef bouillon. Wow, that's a game. White rice the next day. You could switch this up, brothers, sisters, and give variety with just a little bit of, and really help people. That's why I go, why do you stock so much food? Because I plan on feeding people when things break down, man. I know that Christ said, wise virgins, foolish virgins. If he's mad at me for trying to feed the foolish virgins, I won't even be able to feed them. But I'm going to try to make sure instead of shooting everybody, I'll try to take people in and extort them for their skill set. No, that old lady's valuable. Don't you bring her in right now. How come she gets to skip a level? Well, she knows to wash tinfoil. She knows how to pickle. She knows how to can. She knows. Come on over here. Come on, where is? Yeah, she more values. Whoa, that's look. There's got to be a layers here, brothers and sisters. The whole idea of shooting people, and I don't understand it. I did that 20 or 30 years ago, just so you know. Oh yeah, I'll be able to buy their kids with silver because I won't have gold. I'll be able to make a bunch of change with it. And don't put all your eggs in one basket. They'll come to buy all my food and all. Nope. No, I don't want your gold piece. Shouldn't have put all your eggs in one basket. Go on. Have a nice day. Well, you look hungry. You sure? I'll take that gold piece, but I'll tell you what. I'm going to take your daughter, too. She's staying here. What? Well, I'll give you 2 dimes. You come back and be a dime for a bag of groceries. So you come back 2 times, and next time you check and make sure nothing's happened with her, she's staying with us. We got the food. You can go with you, and you just leave. Bye. Have a nice day. Or on your second time, you can have her back. We ain't trying to do anything to her. I'm the man with the food. Remember, you want her to eat? She'll eat while I'm here. You don't have to worry about her eating. Go take care of your stuff. You'll be able to buy people's kids. I told that I only dated 2 women in the last. I told that lady, she went around telling people that I said that's how I was going to do. I said that was the old me, going to prepare. And I was trying to show people a lesson is that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. I was trying to teach people the difference between gold and silver, and that gold wouldn't really be, it's too much in compact value in one. You go try to buy the whole mess. Oh, I want to buy your whole grocery store. Get out of here with your gold. You can put it in a little thing of gold things over there. No, we need a way to make change. And I was been a silver bug, brother, sister. So it was a lesson on silver. I think it could happen. You could literally be like, nah, she stay with me. If not, have a nice day. And then the same thing, brothers, sisters. Use the young lady to keep the little person and have a safe place for them to stay while whatever the people could come truly back and get their child, and wouldn't try to do anything to the child. Actually try to keep them safe. You know what I'm saying? Keep them safe from, and then the parents could come back in a couple times. Maybe they've been in a better situation and could get themselves come pick back up their kids, and maybe it can come, it was just game theory. Somebody took me, oh my God, this guy said he's going to buy people's children with gold, or take their gold and buy their children. And I was like, come on, man. It's just game theory. Sometimes we just think about these things because we don't know what's exactly going to go down. We plan, hope for the best and plan for the worst, I guess. It's not the end of the world because we think about these things. So anyways, brothers, sisters, my whole idea, and I don't care what anybody thinks about what it is that I would like to do, but someday I would have tried to build this community as I did, tried to build, and would have had enough people, 10 or 12. Remember I said I might have 20 or 30 of people here by the time this whole scenario with the 3 properties with 65 acres, I could have 30 people here, and I could have made that happen, brothers, sisters. I could have easily made that happen. I do think I could have. I think I could have set up enough ways to make this happen where I could have fed people and tried to use this thing as, and instead of quelled the violence with bags of rice that I've been collecting for years. You're always collecting food, Tracy. Well, it's going to get expensive, and I want to feed people. I don't want to see people, a lot of people in America never missed a meal in their life. Remember those 20 to 30 million people that are here with us? They missed a lot of meals to get here, though. You better be careful. Kind of a setup going. So I think the better scenario for me personally is, since I can't protect what I have, I'm one man. I'm like a duck sitting in a pond. Bye-bye, guys. I'm going to go live in the woods. And it's going to happen soon, hopefully, for me. The Father will make that. And then, because remember, you can't own your land. And the stupidest generation to ever walk this civilization on this earth is human beings. They're the only species that pays to live here. Has to pay for water, pay to eat, pay there. We're the most idiot, cancerous species on this rock right now. So I'd rather be like a bird and fly away. You got two modes, brothers, sisters: fight or flight. Fight or flight. So I ain't fighting anybody for anything. Ulan Labe, come and take it. You can have it. I don't want to fight anybody. Not over dirt. This rice came from the dirt. Guess where it's going to go? Back to the dirt. Oh, it's one way or another. It's all going to go back to the dirt. Try to make a plan so you're not to fight anybody or kill anybody over dirt, brothers and sisters. Blue helmets in America, it's coming. I see it too. I see it too. They're going to pull their funding and be like, now go get that Second Amendment and you'll keep getting paid. And you'll be voting our next election when it's... What's going to be the new name of America, brothers and sisters? What's going to be the new name of America? I already called it America Ever After. I have a channel if you'd like to go check it out. I got channels about 10 years old on this platform. It's called America Ever After. Another blog that I've done years ago. Decamaya, probably 10 years old, that channel. America Ever After, so I called it first. No, there'll be no America. What will it be called? The new America. What will they call it, guys? Chimerica? Oh, got that one too. What are they going to call it? It's already done. It's already over. Put a fork in her, man. You better figure out a way to be self-sufficient. Become your own community, so to speak. If not, you better figure out a way to get away from the United Nations. Okay. Oh, man. What a showstopper that was. Oh, wow. We're going to take a pause for the cause there. Thank you, moderator. The United Nations Blue Helmets. Thank you. Right on time. Project. You better have the right blue book, brothers, sisters. You better have the right blue book. You better have that old, this is it, the apocalypse. You better have the right book, blue book, not beam. They'll be using the beam. Do me, baby. They already did in the Lahaina, huh? Ask that. The dragon did that. Remember? The same one, Chimerica? Chinatown? Yeah. The blue book. The greatest book ever. The good book. That's right. Hallelujah. There's only one version you should be reading, and it's this one right here. The interlinear Textus Receptus. Make sure it's written in both Greek and Hebrew. You can word study it. Canonized. Make sure you got your lexicon. Please get your lexicons. Get all your hard copies. Let me give you, thanks for coming in, Kevin. I'm going to get going here too. What time is it? Boop. Yep, right on time. Thanks, Kevin. I need to, for being my alarm clock there. Blessings, brothers, sisters. Thanks for talking about preparedness. I always like to talk about preparedness. Christ, remember, he said he's going to go to where his Father's house was at. And what did he say he was going to do? What did he say he was going to do? He was going to leave this place. Good. Thank you, Father, for sending your Son. And what did he say he was going to do? He was here. Remember, he walked this time, space, dimension, rock. He was going to prepare. Hallelujah. Don't ever let anybody tell you can't. Our Redeemer, Shiloh, the one's going to, he said, prepare ye the way, brothers and sisters, the narrow way. Prepare ye the way. Hallelujah. Don't everybody ever get on you for what you do. You know our Redeemer. He was the biggest prepper ever. He's preparing that place for us right now. Hallelujah. Yeah. Buddy, be wise. Remember, he said, have your loins girded in his service. Right? That's right. So don't let anybody ever get on you for being prepared. You just go buy those extra couple 36 rolls. Don't buy the whole store out, guys, please. You know, prepper, alert, 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 ready. Put a red mark flag on him. Just buy a couple of these. Remember during the COVID, people freak out if you put 2 in your cart. Remember that crap? Remember that crap? You put 2 toilet bills. Oh, you go out there. Ah! Yeah, it could happen again. Remember that? Oh, yeah. If you could go outside in the air, it was so tense. If you sneeze, you could break it. Remember that time? I'll never forget, guys. I'll never forget. Blind 11, brothers, sisters. I'll never forget the dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower, okay? Seriously, brothers, sisters. He said he was going to go prepare a place, okay, where his father's house was at. Please be ready. The bride will tarry. Remember, the bride would tarry. Nobody knows. It was, but we need to be ready. The cat's away when the mice will play. Don't be one of those people. And when the boss runs off, you're over there dinking the dog, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that have your loins, like he said, girded in his service. Oh, hurry up, the boss is back. You're going to get caught. Hey, like a thief in the night. You know what I'm saying? Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. This word is so beautiful. Thanks for spending your night with me and your time with me here again. I love this blessings of the mystery and be able to come back again in the narrow way and come back and keep edifying each other with this preparedness. This is part of what we're supposed to do, to be wise virgin, correct? Have extra oil. Bring some extra oil with you, so because nobody knows the day or the hour. There's nothing in this world, brothers and sisters, that is going to get better at this point in time. Do you understand? That's going to get better. It says sorrows. So plan for more intensification, more tabernacles. Remember, it's going to get intense. Wandering Jews in the desert. Hallelujah. Spiritual Jews. Right? Is that us? The spiritual Jews, not those ones over there during World War II, not those ones over there in the middle of that. That's the Old Testament. That is not new. That other. Oh, Mr. Charlie Chaplin found the space technology, was given the, shut up with that silly stolen thump technology, Tesla tech. I don't want to hear about it. Much blessings, guys. Okay. Love you. I do. I got to get up and get this ark ready. He said, guard my commandments, right? Guard my commandments, brothers and sisters. Guard them. So don't let anybody change these words, brothers and sisters. That's what he's saying. Don't let anybody change a jot or a tittle. Guard them with would you give your life for this book? Would you give your life? Not literal, brothers, sisters, spiritual. Hallelujah. Guard these commandments, okay? That's very important. I hope you understand how he doesn't want to let anybody to change it. If you found this aletheia, he says, don't boast because you know, brothers, sisters. But woe to you if you don't go out and spread it. That's the 7-day cross, okay? Remember, he said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, since the beginning of time, the foundation of the world, brothers and sisters, not one of us, remember that heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Continuously filled with, it doesn't stop filling up. That's why I keep pushing this like a pushy car salesman, but with a daily cross on you, so that you will not let that heart fill up with wickedness. Do not listen to your heart. Listen to Christ. He will pull you. He's that voice inside your head. He's been there since you were born. He's not somewhere in the sky, brothers and sisters. That's the inheritance. When you meet in the sky, that's judgment, brothers and sisters. But it's not Christ in you, okay? Much blessings. This is the body here. We don't have to even be together in physical, but we are together as one mother, one bride, as the body of Christ. Hallelujah. This channel is all about, keeping this ministry up so you guys can come back and fellowship with each other, and iron sharpens iron. So let's keep coming back and judging each other righteously with this word of God. Correct each other with the word. Do not falter. Correct yourself with the word, and correct your neighbor with the word. That's righteous judgment. Okay. We'll let the condemning for judgment with the Father of who's going to be condemned to death, the pit, and who will receive the inheritance. We go out and we take up our cross by going out and telling people about this good news and the coming, and then being hated by the world because we won't not do the things, and we will do what it says in this book. 2 John and 6, we will love him because he makes us love him. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, they are such idolaters, cardinal of the flesh. Not one of us would, brothers and sisters. So let him do what he's doing in your life. Just embrace the days. This was the better day. This was the better day. You better understand tomorrow is not going to get, brothers and sisters, people will thrive in this environment. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Better to have than not need than to need, or better to need and not have. Why am I getting that all? It's better to have and not need than need not have. So you want to fail? Don't do anything. Lack of prior planning, right, doesn't constitute an emergency on my part, right? Okay. Perfect practice, brothers and sisters, prevents piss poor performance. I hope you're doing something about it. Okay. That's what wise virgins do. Foolish virgins get stuck going the wrong direction when the bride comes. There is a wedding that's coming. Remember, don't go back to your house. Don't go back to the field. You already need to be having that extra oil with you. Okay? Much love, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand what he's trying to tell you. This ain't no sit around Sunday Jesus. This is an everyday, your heart is continuously filled with wickedness. So if you'll listen to me, and it's not a sales pitch, brothers and sisters. It's the book of Matthew. It's the book of Luke. Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross daily. Who shall ever be come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. So you can't set it down. You have to endure to the end. That is the word saved or salvation. Save is S-O-Z-O, sozo. And then it means to be carried and lifted. Carried and lifted from the beginning point to an ending point. And that's why he said, if you want to be saved, you must endure to the end. If you are already bought and purchased, brothers and sisters, don't worry about it. There's nothing you can do. All you can do is love him. Be patient, be kind, be meek, be charitable. And most of all, the highest form of love of agape is to 2 John and 6, walk and follow in the commandments of God. Okay? This same lesson is taught over at, thank you again, Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. I just teach and mirror predestination. And then I obviously have a celestial. The whiteboard's almost done, guys. You put a couple more things on it today. I'll try to get that whiteboard 18K thank you live stream. I don't know if I can do an 18-hour live stream. I think I might be too old to do that now. Oh, come on, Tracy. You did that not long ago last year. You tell me you were, well, I've worked pretty hard this year, and it's been a pretty rough year for Tracy, but I definitely think we can do the whiteboard lesson over and over on multiple streams. I don't think I can stream for 18 hours. I know I did it on TikTok. I know I did 15, 16, 17, and did them during but I just don't think I have that in me, guys, to stream that long. I just have too many things. Medusa, thanks for coming in. Dawn, blessings. Thank you for coming in again. Thank you for dropping all the links to the giving these people all this beautiful more gems. Keep handing out the gems, lady. Thank you for your follow, Roddy. I appreciate it. I don't try to pound people for their follow. People hopefully organically will follow the channel. If you'll just make sure for me, Roddy, come back that you are subscribed to the channel, because this is a shadow ban channel. Obviously, this is not a religious channel. There's a lot of content that's been put up here that's a little risque. So we appreciate the subscription to the channel, and welcome to coming on. As long as you produce good fruit in here, you'll have hopefully this will just be a gem for you as well. But do make sure you stay on the subscription button, because we do have people coming back saying, hey, I'm unsubscribed. I didn't know you were my notification is all messed up too, guys. Nothing works. Dawn, again, I appreciate all these good comments that you're leaving in here tonight. David, Mr. Olson, thank you so much, sir. appreciate all the comments again tonight. We've had a good group of people. Medusa Jane from TikTok, guys, another follower that I believe followed me, if I'm not mistaken. Medusa was in here, been in the chat for at least, I think an hour or two, maybe the whole time from the beginning. So thank you guys for all your time. So extremely valuable. Money gets printed. It's, we can't even service our debt anymore. It's just getting so bad. They can print money, but you guys can't print your time that you gave me. So I love you, brothers and sisters, for your time that was given here tonight. That's the tide to the ministry. That's what this is about. So thank you, Mental Health Recovery, for the two $10 super chats earlier. YouTube AdSense does take quite a bit, guys, out, like 30% out of it. So it's a lot, but it does help because it will help the ministry. And just so you know, I have these things for sale. If you want to help by purchasing something I own, I have land available out here. Get a hold of me at the Predestined4light. And you got to put land or something. I'm looking at the land, and if you have somebody's interested or something, I be listing it up on the marketplace tomorrow. So, cool, outstanding, cool, good stuff. Well, I appreciate your time tonight, guys. Thanks. Hopefully that was an edifying lesson. Shalom, Sister Dawn. I appreciate all the comments, guys. What valuable asset for a man that lives alone. Truly, guys, it really just doesn't have anybody that I keep contact with on a regular basis. I think I would be in a kind of a state of depression out here. It gets a little lonely, but I'm trying to change that. So I think you guys have really kept me afloat, and that's why I'm able to continue. And it really is. It's you guys are like, it's like counsel for me, if you will. So thank you for being that outlet for me to go on my little rants and be a crybaby sometimes and pity party, chew up the meat, brothers, sisters, and spit out the bones for me. Okay. I know I don't come in here and always perform very well. And sometimes I get whiny and, but I love you, and I appreciate it. Everybody's coming in and taking the time to spend the time here with the ministry. So much blessings. We'll see you again. Links are in the description. If you want to leave an actual monetary, anything helps. $5, $10, whatever. Cash App. I think you put any amount that you want. And there's a PayPal that I have too. Thank you for the support of the ministry. Again, your time is more valuable than anybody that's, nobody's gaining feather because they drop a monetary link. Everybody has the same value in here. So thank you so much for your time. And hopefully, again, we'll see each other, God willing, tomorrow. I'll be back on here and we'll do our daily cross. If you can go over to TikTok, if you're not subscribed, we're trying to get that channel up to 1,000 followers. We'll do a little live over there as well. Probably very limited over there. Spend probably most of the time still over here with the base of the ministry. Jim Brown, Grace and Truth Ministries on YouTube. Go see him Wednesday and Friday. He does a live stream. This channel just mirrors the Grace Truth Ministries. So thank you guys. Thanks for coming in and fellowshipping with each other. Hope you gave enough time to say, I know sometimes I don't do that fast. I do a little faster. Sometimes I linger, but I hope you guys have had enough to say good night to each other. Much blessings. And again, welcome to the last book, guys. Remember, the firmament declares about that. We will talk about that again soon. We made it to the last book. We're in the last book. What a blessing to be here for this time. So welcome to Revelation. Okay. We have seen the lifting of the veil, the 2,600 plus years of deception of Pisces. We've left that age of deception. 12/21 of 2020, when Jupiter conjuncted Saturn, the great conjunction, we left the age of Pisces, and welcome to the new age. Welcome to the last book. Welcome to the age where the veil is being lifted off, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the apocalypse, right? I am Revelation. I am Apocalypse. Whoa.